The board serves as a catalyst for developing partnerships and promoting collaboration and addressing regulatory issues. The public and nursing community alike can be assured of a balanced and responsible approach to regulation. So I'd like to welcome all the board members, board staff, audience this morning to this board meeting. This meeting is being held pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.127. Please remember to mute or turn off any cell phones. And today's meeting is being held in person at the Barbara Jordan Building located at 1601 Congress Avenue, room 2.035, Austin, Texas, and is open for anyone of the public to attend and observe. I'd also like to take a moment to say that we are in this room and our discussions are captured without microphones. So any side conversations need to be kept to a minimum here because those will be transmitted as well. So thank you for observing that. So we'll begin the board member roll call. Ms. Thomas.
Representing consumers, Daryl Chambers. Mr. Chambers will be a little late. Representing RN Practice, Laura Disk.
Laura Disk present.
Representing RN Practice, Carol Garcia.
Carol Garcia present.
Representing consumers, Maisie Jameson.
Maisie Jameson present.
Representing LVN Education, Ken Johnson.
Ken Johnson present.
Representing LVN Practice, Kathy Leader-Horn.
Kathy Leader-Horn present.
Representing Baccalaureate Nursing Education, Allison Porter Edwards.
Allison Edwards present.
Representing LVN Practice, Melissa Scott.
Melissa Scott present.
Representing APRNs, Kathy Shipp.
Kathy Shipp present.
Representing consumers, Rick Williams.
Rick Williams present.
Representing LVN Practice, Kim Wright.
Kim Wright present.
Madam President, you have the floor.
Thank you. I will now proceed with introduction of board members and staff.
Hi, my name is Allison Edwards. I represent Baccalaureate Nursing Education. I am faculty at the School of Nursing in Houston, Cizik School of Nursing, and from Bellevue, Texas.
Good morning. I'm Laura Disk. I represent nursing practice. I'm a hospital administrator in McAllen, Texas.
Good morning. My name is Rick Williams. I represent consumers and I am from McLean, Texas, home of Fort Cavazos.
Morning, I am Melissa Scott and I represent LVN Practice, and I reside in Granbury and I work in Fort Worth at Cook Children's Medical Center.
My name is Maisie Jameson. I represent consumers. I'm from Dallas.
My name is Ken Johnson. I represent LVN Education, and I'm faculty at Howard College, St. Andrews.
Okay. Just turn off yourself.
Just turn on mute this. Okay.
Know what the bottom.
Sorry.
Okay. LVN Practice. I work in Fort Worth for USD United Healthcare.
Good morning and welcome. I'm Kathy Shipp. I'm from Lubbock. I represent APR in practice there. Dr. Edwards, can I get a motion? Agenda is approved. This vote is being taken according to Board Policy 2.7, Simplified Parliamentary Policy Rule 4. Board members, let's review the minutes from the April 2023 board meeting. Minutes? Hearing none. Dr. Edwards, can I get a motion to approve the minutes?
Yes, Madam President, I move to approve the April 2023 board meeting minutes.
Thank you. And is there a second?
Laura Disk, I second.
Thank you. Having a motion and a second to approve the minutes. If no objection from board members, the minutes are approved. This vote is being taken according to Board Policy 2.7, Simplified Parliamentary Policy Rule 4. So let's move on to the consent agenda. Board members, are there any items on the consent agenda only that anyone would like to have pulled off the consent agenda? This is for the consent agenda only. So, hearing none, continue with consent agenda. Board members, are there any refusals for the consent agenda? And this is for consent agenda only. So Gerald has on his way, he's parked, and so our other board member will be arriving shortly. Okay, so hearing none, are there any other items on the consent agenda only that anyone needs to recuse themselves from? This is for consent agenda only. So hearing none, Dr. Edwards, can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Yes, Madam President, I move to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you. And is there a second on the motion to approve the consent agenda?
This is Rick Williams, I second.
Thank you. Having a motion and a second, we'll now take a vote. So, you still have, okay, so I'm going to do a roll call as well as we're voting in our computers. So Gerald Chambers is absent. He's on his way. Okay, Laura Disk,
Laura Disk, 4.
Carol Hawkins Garcia,
Carol Garcia, 4.
Maisie Jameson,
Casey Jameson, 4.
Ken Johnson,
And Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Allison Porter Edwards,
Allison Edwards, 4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
Kathy Shep, myself, 4. Rick Williams,
Rick Williams, 4.
and Kim Wright.
Kim White, 4.
Thank you. The motion passes. Thank you, members. So we'll just a moment. So, no. Okay. So we're just a little ahead of schedule. 9:30 is when we go to executive session for a few minutes. So we will go ahead and go a little bit early into executive session. So we'll now begin the meeting with agenda item 9.4A, executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.074, Texas Open Meetings Act regarding personnel matters. So at this time, we will ask staff and the audience to clear the room. And when that is done, then we will go into our meeting. We'll have it posted on the door We do not expect it to take a long time. We're expecting to be back. Excuse me, I'm sorry, my allergies coming from up to Austin. I'm struggling this morning. And then we'll move into the executive director's report and the rest of the agenda. It's 9:51 and the meeting is now back in open meeting, and we will consider action on agenda item 9.4. Consideration and discussion of Executive Director's Successor Selection Committee recommendation, approval of selection, and offer to final candidate and a runner-up candidate for position of Executive Director of the Board. So we had a lengthy process, and we had excellent help from our human resources. Steve Zimmerman was amazing. Our legal team helped us as a team to be able to, at this time, make this selection. It hadn't been done in 34 years. And so it was a big job, big shoes to fill. And so we had a committee of 5 that were a representation of the whole board. So each level and consumer. And so we came to a decision with all 5 agreeing on our first candidate and alternate candidate. And so at this time, do any board members want to make the comment before we have a motion? So at this time, could I have a motion?
Yes, Madam President. Allison Edwards, I'd like to move to approve the Executive Director's Successor Selection Committee's recommendation and offer Kristen Benton, DNP-RN, the Executive Director position, effective August 1st, 2023, at the maximum allowed salary under state law of $14,128.08 for August 2023 and $171,547 annually beginning September 1, 2023. Further, in the event that the offer is not accepted, move to offer the executive director position at the maximum allowed salary under state law as outlined above to the runner-up candidate, Angela Dogger, DNP-RN, CENP, CMSRN.
Thank you for that motion. Do I have a second?
Maisie Jamison, I second.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. And at this time, if you will please vote. I'm now going to call the roll. Daryl Chambers.
Carol Chambers. Yay. 4.
Okay. Laura Disk.
Laura Disk, 4.
Carol Hawkins Garcia.
Carol Hawkins Garcia, 4.
Maisie Jamison.
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Ken Johnson.
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn.
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Allison Porter Edwards.
Allison Edwards, 4.
Melissa Scott.
Melissa Scott, 4.
Kathy Shipp, 4. Rick Williams.
Rick Williams, 4.
And Kim Wright.
Kim Wright, 4.
So it is unanimous and the motion passes, and congratulations. You will be great. And it was unanimous. I'm honored for who you are and what you do. So thank you. And we know big shoes to fill. And one of the things that is set up is that you can do this, and Kathy is on for a month still, so that you have that position during that time. And then I think she can be the phone a friend. Or you would
Option to extend that.
Yeah. Speed dial.
Thank you all so much, and a special thank you to this selection committee. I know it was a great time and travel commitment, and I really appreciate your taking the time, and I'm honored.
Thank you. Well, we look forward moving forward. So we have great faith in you. Thank you. Okay, so at this time, we have, I think we will do Ms. Thomas, the Executive Director Report 1.1,
Good morning, board members. The first thing I want to highlight in my report is that we had 2 new states join the compact this year, the state of Washington and the state of Rhode Island. Washington has been trying for years to get this compact passed, so it's quite an achievement for them, and we're happy to have them join. Rhode Island was in the initial compact in the early version, and when we voted on new compact after 2018, Rhode Island did not pass the bill. I believe their union was opposed to having nurses come in from other states. Since they've been in a shortage, I think they've taken a different view of the need for more nurses from other states to come in. So we're very happy to have those 2 states join. That puts us at 39 states and 2 territories. And if you look at item number 6.1 on the agenda, I do tell you the state is pending full implementation right now in that report, as well as just some other highlights from the compact, including the current rules under consideration. So you just highlight a couple of other things. Yesterday at the gathering, we had David Benton, NCSBN, the CEO, and he will be following me in retirement in September. And the new CEO will be Bill Dickinson. Bill was a former chief of exams and the chief operating officer of the National Council. So he's got a great deal of experience. He's a nurse and a psychometrician, and he'll do an excellent job. Just the status and key legislation. We're going to talk about the 1.3 report with all of the legislation on it, but I do want to point out that financially the board did receive approval for all but one of its items and had an additional item added, which was a regulatory response rider for Operation Nightingale. So in the end, we actually got more money than we asked for, but not for the same reasons. This summer, Senate Bill 30 authorized a 5% increase for 2 months of this year, and then will be continued throughout next year. And there'll be another 5% from the state in the fall of 2024. The Board of Nursing received additional funding for IT infrastructure and 10 FTEs, which are mostly in the licensing area and the APRN licensing. The Health Professions Council, that amount of money is just the adjustment up from last session to fund the Health Professions Council, because each agency does pay for that funding. The salary adjustment for staff under $40,000, that was across the board for the agencies. And the regulatory response rider for Operation Nightingale was around $850,000 for the biennial, as well as the 5% adjustment that I mentioned, and there was a small adjustment for the executive director as well. Let me think what else. So I wanted to talk a little bit. You'll notice that the COVID-19 website is down. That page is sort of hidden or retired right now because the governor did not renew the declaration in June. And so there was no need to have those waivers and all that information out there any longer. We took that down. We do have a section on Operation Nightingale on the homepage of the website for a lot of further information if you're interested in it. The Health Professions Council did meet, as they usually do in this quarter, on June 12th. And we underwent and had a discussion about the CJIS audit from the FBI. That's a criminal justice information audit. That went really well, but 2 members of DPS were with them. They're usually a little bit deeper diggers, so they may want to do their own audit later, and we'll see. We're waiting on the report from the FBI at this time. They had 60 days to produce their reports. The Health Professions Council also received an operational efficiency award from Tyler Technologies for their Versa database system. I just want to mention this because it's kind of a big deal in the tech world, and they are to be commended for this. As you know, we are not members of their regulatory database because we have a separate database for us through the National Council of State Boards of Nursing and didn't need this product. It's been in the works for several years, and they've done a great job with that. The last thing I wanted to remember to mention to you, or maybe there's more, is that international applicants have gone up tremendously in the last year. From the period June 22 through June 23, we had over 10,000 applications from international applicants. And this is never heard of before. So while we have a shortage, so does most of the United States. There is a limitation on this approval because the federal government awards visas for this EB3 subcategory of visa, but they cannot exceed 40,000 for the United States. And 40,000 is not going to be enough to meet the needs of states to take care of patients in their jurisdictions. So what has been reported from the federal government is that anybody who applied for visa earlier than June of 22 may not continue or may continue their applications, but anyone after that time cannot. And they estimate that it'll be 2025 before they can actually apply. So they have that many people to queue, they'll give the 40,000 for the year. The last thing is that two big things are happening this year, and anybody in the audience who is not registered with eNotify, you are hereby notified that you need to do that right away. Beginning September 1, 2023, which we've announced for several months now, we're all reminders are not going to be by postcard anymore. So that little junky postcard you get in the mail, you're not going to get that now. What you're going to get is an email through eNotify. So that's why it's important to register with eNotify. That reminder will tell you that your license is due for renewal, prompt your attention to that matter. And then lastly, the bulletin will be digital beginning in October. So you can no longer receive a written copy of that in the mail. We know that a fee that we collect for that remains in the GAA or in our rule. We'll continue to collect that fee. However, we are visiting whether we can decrease that fee with this. There will be some electronic costs to doing this, but we'll evaluate that in the future. I want to welcome new staff to the agency. We went around the room a little early, kind of heard names, but they don't know who you are. So new staff to the agency in enforcement are Catherine Hose, Investigator 5 RN. And she started work on July 5th. Welcome. Catherine holds an associate degree. You might want to say it.
Yeah, so the board can see. Yeah.
She holds an associate degree in nursing from Sacramento City College and is enrolled in the Master of Science program at Aspen University. She has been employed as an assistant nurse manager at Kaiser Permanente in South Sacramento and a clinical nurse at the University of California, Davis Medical Center. Welcome, Candice. Welcome. The new hire in enforcement is Elizabeth Banning. Stand, Elizabeth. She's an investigator 3, criminal justice investigator. She started work on the same day, July 5th. And she holds an associate degree in criminal justice from North Central Texas College. She's been employed as a lead resource patient care technician, a cardiac monitor technician at Methodist Hospital in San Antonio, and a security sergeant for Medical City Las Colinas in Irving, Texas. Welcome. There are a couple of promotions. I don't think Carly is with us today. Carly Whitson, I didn't think so. So Carly was promoted from the APR department to the licensing department as a license and permit specialist 6, I'm sorry. John Vanderford, as some of you know, has been promoted to deputy general counsel in the legal department. Happy to have him on board. He'll be with us at meetings going forward. In June, and please stand, Sarah Chaput and Christine Riley both successfully completed their first NCSBN ICRS course, Synergy or Strive Communication Skills for Regulatory Professionals.
Oh,
And Virginia Ayers collaborated with Pam Lauer to submit a poster to the June 23 National Forum of Nursing Workforce Centers annual meeting, and entitled Innovative Models in the K through 12 Pipeline. And Virginia's done this before, but we really sent special commendation to her because she's very dedicated to the center and reflected by her publications and her presentations. And that's all I had. Does anybody have any questions for me?
sure. Okay, we've had a little busy morning already, and so we think as board members, we need about a 10-minute break. So if we can do that, and then we will come back with our item 3.27 with Vernon College. Thank you. now have 3.2.7, consideration of proposal to establish an apprenticeship track at Vernon College in Vernon, Texas, vocational nursing education. And Dr. Hooper is going to be our education consultant on this. And we have the Vernon group here. And I think we're getting our papers. So, welcome, Dr. Hooper. Thank you.
Morning. It's good to have a chance to present some reports to you today. Very interesting.
Hold on one second, Dr. Hooper. We're having trouble hearing her.
Creep it up as she speaks.
Okay, keep talking. He said he's going to bring it up as you're talking.
Speak up louder.
A little bit. Okay. Start talking. I don't know. I can hear me more than I can hear you, so I'm not sure.
You should go to the
I
next
don't know how she sounds till she talks.
Okay, keep talking. He said. Okay.
Maybe the testing 1, 2, 3 works.
Bulletin. I think these people already have the bulletin too from federal government. And this bulletin says the purpose of this is to inform the staff of the apprenticeship staff, the state apprenticeship agencies, registered apprenticeship program sponsors, and other registered apprenticeship partners in the following new apprenticeship application. So registered nurses are approved as an official apprenticeship. That can, if they wish to do that, they may seek funding from the Department of Labor. I know when someone to the real part of that is that you have to do 2,000 hours of practice each year. So far, registered nurse, that means 4,000 hours of clinic. So, but the benefits are great. The names and others who want to engage in that. But today, I've been looking at a partnership with United Regional Hospital, and they have begun some activities together, but they do want to declare now an official apprenticeship program to be funding.
Not really.
It's really, they're having some feedback. Do you think, could she be heard better if she was in her spot over here?
I have Daryl ready to get, there's one microphone that they have tied to this room for quiet speakers. Otherwise, I'm kind of working some magic and making these ceiling lights and speakers do stuff they're not supposed to for y'all to hear.
Okay.
What you hear right now.
Okay,
We're just on the cusp of feedback.
yes, we're sorry. I know
So a solution is coming for you.
the microphone's coming. Okay. All right.
Shall I proceed or?
I would give it a minute, see if that microphone shows.
Okay. I think Daryl is going to get it. So, thank you.
If you don't mind.
I don't mind.
So, we had some issues with all the IT here, and we've had issues with cameras, making sure that we're on, and so just one of those technology things.
So there's some issues. Take the word real quick. This is kind of a feedback, but
And you're our first group at the front, so just.
So, chat. That's right. All right.
Do I need to pass it down to the others when they speak?
It might be just you, Doctor.
Let's try again. I'll try to be brief.
Oh, that's better.
What I've said before.
Okay.
Yesterday, the Department of Labor approved registered nurse as an apprenticeable occupation.
Okay.
That means that nursing programs, if they wish to follow an apprenticeship pattern, will be able to get funding from the Department of Labor. And it is a big deal if you want to do the work. Vernon College has begun a partnership with Regional United Hospital, and they want to go to the apprenticeship model with the Department of Labor and use it in their vocational program. Vocational program is already known.
That's all. That's an aye.
You should be. Something I tried to fix just to make it louder. You can.
Damn.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
Yesterday, the Department of Labor registered as an application, and that means that registered programs may take advantage of that. Vocational nursing has already been such for labor, and Vernon College is interested in establishing a relationship with United Regional Hospital and taking people to access labor funds. It's quite good for the students. One of the issues with an apprenticeship is that the student has to do 2,000 hours of practice each year. So that really changes the way the program is delivered. This has been something that the state has been waiting for a long time to have registered nurses as an apprenticeable occupation. We may start hearing from some of us to do that. We have to create a clinical for the student. The college is working with United Regional, and they can set up a partnership and they want to go to the apprenticeship models of the vocational program. And it's already agreed on that. The Texas Workforce Commission handles the funds as they come into the state to be delivered to programs. And the Texas Workforce Commission needs our approval, board approval. Develop that is an attachment to this myself. So the people who from Vernon, the hospital, and to help
It's a principle of using the Department of Labor funds.
My name is Shelley Pendleton. I'm the Assistant Director for the LPN program at Vernon College. My director is at Christian Conference. I'm here to support regional and interim questions you have for the program itself.
My name is Andrea Sanderley. I'm the Director of Education at United Regional. And when we started working with Dr. Cooper and the Texas Workforce Commission and the Department of Labor last year, it was May, we started meeting to start to see how we could develop this program. Like Dr. Cooper mentioned, that was the biggest challenge, was the 2,000 clinical hours. As you know, regular nursing program in the last year of nursing, maybe 400 hours, 400 something hours. So to get 2,000 was a big challenge. Not big, it was a big challenge. So let me just describe for you what we developed, and I'll introduce our apprentices and who's next to me. What we decided to do is leave the nursing program intact as it was and just add supplemental hours. So our organization was very gracious to say we're all in, and they proved that we would offer wages for clinical hours that students are earning while they're in the first and supplement those with additional hours, precepting hours. You're not working as a PCA or as an person, they are working as a student paid with a preceptor till they reach a full 2,000 hours. So what that looks like for the apprentice is they go to school on their school days, they're not paid time. When Ebony and her co-partners are in clinical with their program, that may be at our hospital, it may be at other locations. We are not a site facility, so they have to do their site rotations in another place. They may have to get pediatric rotation somewhere else because we have a relatively small pediatrics. So no matter where their clinical hours are, we pay them hourly wages. And that may amount to about 24 hours in a week. So then Ebony would come to our hospital and work with a designated preceptor for an additional 12 hours when we reach that 36-hour-a-week threshold. We have had an amazing response. The faculty at Vernon College have told us what an amazing growth they've seen in these students. We hired 6 LPN students in January. This apprenticeship model. We paid them their wages, both in their clinical rotations and at the hospital. And it's been absolutely phenomenal. And I really thank Dr. Hooper and those at Texas Workforce and Department of Labor for putting this together. My contacts at Vernon College, Mary Rivard, Dr. Mary Rivard, helping get the academic paperwork just right. And then, of course, the apprentices were hanging in with us as we ventured this out. And what we did is we did write into the contract. We have assured that they will work for us for 3 years after completion of the program. So it helps us to secure those as well. And we will feed these LBN students directly into the RN program. And we have programs already in place to help pay for their school for the RN program. We're excited now that as of yesterday, the RN program is also approved. The way we've written our proposal, it covers both LBN and RN students. So we would hope that you would approve that as well as an apprenticeable model. Same thing goes. They attend their clinicals and their didactic portions in the classroom just as all other nursing students. And then again, get an additional shift or 2, depending on, they just have to get 36 hours a week. And the way we built it, LVNs are on all of our big search floors. We don't hire LVNs in other places. So we've left them in those units as well as our clinic. And we've moved them around based on their needs of the semester, based on their interests, and based on where we might see them as a full-time employee with that is. We'll do the same thing with the RN students, except the hospital's open to them. We hire RNs, as you know, in every area. So those apprentices will be in labor and delivery, and emergency room, and ICU, and maybe even surgery. And we'll rotate them around as well. As they get to their OB semester, I might put them more in OB because that helps with their clinical understanding and helps with their coursework. So let me introduce Ebony. Ebony Williams is one of our apprentices and just let you hear from her experience.
Hi, my name is Ebony. I've been at United Regional for about 4 years as a CNA, and I absolutely loved it. I worked on a stroke floor, so I learned a lot. So whenever I started the LVN program for Guardian College, I found out about the apprenticeship program at United Regional, and I jumped on it as best I could, as quick as I could. And I started the program, and when I say I've learned so much hands-on, it made a difference. From, going to school, learning out a piece of paper, but actually working under an LVN as a participant. I've learned a lot and things make more sense. So I was really thrilled about this program. My scores are phenomenal at school, but I will say this has really helped me a lot, as well as the other coworkers of mine that are in the same program. We've all learned a lot, and I would definitely say that this has helped me grade-wise and mentally. Thankful of it. So we really appreciate it. Thank you for this program. It's been absolutely amazing. So just wanted to say that.
Thank you for being here. Okay. So we're having communication issues and we are on the web.
Turn that off.
On the
Turn
web.
microphone
And
off.
so our whole presentation did not go out on the web. And so we're going to finish this, what we need to finish up. We may have people who want to get in touch with you and hear this great presentation that we heard, but it isn't going out and we're going to have to make some adjustments. So I'm sorry if it looked like we weren't engaged. We were trying to do multitask. And so I need to see if
People are missing out, I guess.
Yes.
And not us.
Yeah. And so we're excited. This sounds amazing. And thank you as the students coming in front of us. I know that's not an easy thing to do. So thank you for that. And
Prentice is here.
oh, there's
A preceptor. We have a preceptor along with us.
yes, good. That's
The
great.
preceptor actually gave her homework every shift. She was her, so what is it that you are working on in school? Because that's what we're going to work on today. So Karen has done a fantastic job as a preceptor, and they do get a dedicated preceptor, so they know their growth and they know what they've already accomplished, what they need to work on.
Oh, as an educator, I love that because I love that follow through and that continuity for the student. Yes.
I enjoy teaching. That to me is a big deal for them to come in comfortable. This is a new nurse. You don't come in comfortable. You don't come in engaged with other people. You don't come in confident a lot of the times because you haven't been in that real world too much. So Ebony is phenomenal. I love Ebony. If I do give her homework, she's very apt to come back and be like, I learned it. I know it. So it's a great program. I look forward to continuing to do this.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. Thank you. Any statements or questions? Sure.
I have a question. Kathy Lederhorn, representing LVN Practice, former Wichitan, lived there for a couple of years. As I was going through the program, going through your proposal, it looked incredible, but I did happen to do some little sleuthing, and I don't see any LVN openings / positions available. When I lived there, I also applied, and LVNs were not hired. My fear, as someone that is representing LVN Practice, it's great. I'm glad that you're funneling them on, and what you are saying is different than your footprint on the website. There are nothing listed for LVN at all. My fear was that you were going to get these guys in and they don't have other LVNs. You know, it's not listed in your med-surg or anything like that. And I don't know, maybe the United Healthcare has a physicians group and maybe that's a little bit different. But my fear as an LVN is that they're going to go through this program and help you guys with staffing, help them obviously, but then once they graduate, too bad, so sad you don't have a job because we don't hire LVNs.
So I work at United Regional Hospital as an LVN, and I went through Vernon College. Granted, we didn't have the full apprentice program, but I worked as a medical assistant for years prior, so I had the knowledge. You're correct, there wasn't a lot of spots as LVN, but they are incorporating a lot more LVN slots there. Just not PCU, so we have several med-surg floors that people can go on and learn. Mine just happens to be on call with people. That's all.
So what we've done for those LVN positions, I'm so glad you brought that up. We post them as RN positions because that's ultimately what we would love in the inpatient area. We do have several LVN positions open in our practice clinics. But we are hiring LVNs in the acute care setting. In that RN role, we just flipped that position to an LVN role. All of the apprentices that we've hired so far, we've guaranteed them positions within the hospital. In fact, there are an additional 2 other LVN students that we're in the process of interviewing for just regular LVN positions and who have graduated.
Recommend. I understand that as an LVN, if I see all those RN spots, I'm not going to apply for it because I'm not an RN. So that's a little hinky to me. I would just say to own the program and to own the pride that you have in this, I would just request that you would put that out on the website. That's just my website.
So, Andrew, this is my chief nursing officer, Amy Davich. Lots of people are this. I'm Amy Davich. I'm the chief nursing officer, and that is that's a very good point. We historically did not hire LVNs.
I know you did 5 years ago.
And then back about January, as everybody's trying to fill the nursing void, we flipped 25 RN positions to LVN positions, started tapping into our LVN schools because LVNs are so needed. They are wonderful. They are licensed. They can do great things. So we did see that. And right now, we don't really have any LVN openings, but for our apprentices, we're putting them in RN positions because we know we'll have one turnover in LVNs, but also we're invested in them and they're invested in us. And so if they've gone through the program, we're going to hire them. But that's why you probably didn't see any LVN jobs because we actually filled about 25 the last year.
Thank you.
They have the program to switch. So they offer to help us pay to go from LVN to RN, like she said earlier. So a lot of our LVN positions continue with their education and get those RN slots and move to PCU. So then we have those LVN openings.
Thank you so much.
This is Melissa Scott, and I'm an LVN representing practice as well. And kind of following along with that, I would like to know how many LVNs you have on staff currently.
I think in the model we presented, I think there's about 27. I believe we have about 27 working in the hospital in the acute care setting right now.
Right. Okay. Thanks.
That doesn't include our physician group, just in the hospital, yes.
Good morning, I'm Ken Johnson. I represent LVN Education. I just had a question, or a couple of questions actually. How many students out of all the LVN students that you have are actually in the apprentice program?
We hired 7 LVN apprentices in January. One of them was not successful in the LVN program, and you can't be in the apprentice program if you're not. So we have 6 now. I don't know how many are in the LVN program.
We have a total of 60 throughout that are just coming in. We have 25 and we have a total of 60.
60 students total for the LVN program and 25 are apprentices are going?
No.
We're just 6?
Just 6.
Okay, so, and I didn't see it in the policy, maybe I just missed it. What about those students that are doing the apprentice program? That's quite a phenomenal amount of clinical hours that they have to do compared to the other students. But they're still taking the didactic courses. What happens when these apprentice students are starting to show that they are not really doing well in the didactic portion? Are they pulled from their apprenticeship to see if they can continue in the program as a regular student, to see if they can get their academic grades up?
Yeah, I can speak to that. We did the one student that was unsuccessful. We pulled her from the apprentice program first and to see if she could do better in the class if she didn't have that additional work of the apprentice program, and tried that for a couple of months and she still was not successful. So, but yes, that would absolutely be our first move, is to remove them from the apprentice program to see if it's just the workload that they can't handle.
So my other question is because of the various locations at LVNs where now I know that you say that for like OB, you send them somewhere for OB. But these apprentices, do they also go to skilled care facilities? Do they go to home hospice?
That's part of their clinical,
Their regular school clinical
their
rotations?
clinical rotations.
And they still get paid for those as well, those clinics? Okay. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carol Garcia. I represent RN Practice. I just have really my questions are around preceptor training. How long is that training? What's the requirement for the preceptor to be selected? What is the selection process? Because all of it seems like the majority of their clinical hours is done with this preceptor. So how do you select your preceptors when one transitions and you have to replace that preceptor? How are they selected? Do they go to, when they go outside of the hospital, are they with the preceptor? And if so, how are they selected in these other areas where they have to get their clinical hours?
So the only precepted hours are within the hospital. Of those clinical rotations outside the hospital are with their faculty. Our preceptor selection was made a combination through myself as the director of education and their nurse managers. They selected the LVNs who would be those preceptors. And again, there's not a lot. Like I said, we have 27 LVNs and not all of them should be preceptors. So we worked with the nurse managers to select those. Our preceptor program is a 4-hour class. And then Vernon College also provides us with preceptor training that's specific to their preceptors.
The reason I ask is because we've got the new NCLEX, which is a whole lot of, it's very different than what it was. So when you're using the clinical setting, it's very important getting them ready for that NCLEX because of the clinical reasoning, judgment, kind of moving away from so much of the critical thinking. So I find when as adjunct, a lot of that is done in the clinical setting. So I was just wondering, how do you teach nurses to teach? Because it's not something that we were taught in nursing school.
Right, and that's what our preceptor program is. It's about how to coach and how to give feedback. We also instructed these preceptors that this is not a divide and conquer type of assignment. Because there's 2 of you doesn't mean that you can get twice as much done in the same time. That does not do justice in teaching the apprentice time management and prioritization. So what we tell them are things like, if the call light is going off and you need to give this medicine, you can't divide and say, you take the call light and I'll give the med. It's helping them understand, think out loud is what I tell them to do, and prioritize which of these are we going to do first, and we're going to do them in tandem. We're going to do them together. That's the only way that they can learn time management.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? Okay, so this is a motion item. Okay.
This is Kathy Leader Horn, and I approve the proposal for Vernon College to establish a nursing apprenticeship track and vocational nursing education program in Wichita Falls and issue the requirements in the attached letter and board order.
This is Ken Johnson. I second.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. We'll take a vote. Daryl Chambers,
Daryl Chambers, 4.
Laura Disk,
Laura Disk, 4.
Carol Hawkins Garcia,
Carol Hawkins Garcia, 4.
Macy Jamison,
Macy Jamison, 4.
Ken Johnson,
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Leader Horn, 4.
Allison Porter Edwards,
Allison Edwards, 4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
Kathy Ship, 4. Rick Williams,
Rick Williams, 4.
and Kim Wright.
Kim Wright, 4.
Thank you. And the motion carries. So good luck to you. And I'll let them see this smiling face of students, preceptors. So thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Hooper.
if any of you have any suggestions about what the things that we should measure, because we're gonna have to write about this.
Yes.
So, if any of you have any suggestions about metrics or outcomes that you think that we should be collecting, please offer those to me, because I would love to hear.
You heard her already say they're interested in the RN apprenticeship, so I'm sure you'll be back soon. We'll take that as a different thing.
Okay. All right, thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we apologize for the technical issue. We're on kind of a tight schedule. And so now we're going to move on to 3.28, which is notification of change in administration for the Army Practical Nurse Program in San Antonio.
Actually, I'm hoping Dr. Ayers can present this. What's yet?
Did you set this? Oh, did we?
Are you on mute?
Can you hear me now?
Good stuff.
Is this, so Dr. Abrams is on this one?
Yes. Patricia, can you hear me? I'm unmuted from my end.
Okay. Welcome. Okay. Dr. Ayers, or do we have Virginia? Virginia, you need to unmute, please.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Great.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, President Shipp. Good morning, board members. I am most appreciative of this opportunity to participate in the board meeting virtually. Thank you. The purpose of this agenda item is to share with the board the notification of change in administration for the U.S. Army Practical Nurse Program in San Antonio. The Texas Board of Nursing serves as the central approval authority for the program. The Texas Board has overseen the U.S. Army Practical Nurse Program since 1954, with a 4-year hiatus from 1978 to 1982. The Texas Board is the only board of nursing in the United States with this regulatory authority. And indeed, we are privileged to have this purview. The vocational nursing program is taught in 2 sections. Phase 1 is an 8-week instructional period offered exclusively at Fort Sam Houston. And phase 2 is a 48-week instructional program provided at 5 different U.S. Army medical facilities. And these are Brooke Army Medical Center in Fort Sam Houston, Eisenhower Army Medical Center in Fort Gordon, Georgia, Madigan Army Medical Center in Tacoma, Washington, Walter Reed National Military Medical Center in Bethesda, Maryland, and William Beaumont Army Medical Center in El Paso, Texas. The program is a large producer of nurses and has a rich history of success. In 2022, the NCLEX pass rate was 91.26%, with 397 of a total of 435 candidates successfully completing the licensure examination. The program administrators recently contacted board staff
to notify us that the program will be under the administrative control of the U.S. Army's Medical Center of Excellence. No changes to the nursing program's philosophy, mission, vision, or values, or the number of program hours are planned. The only anticipated change is the addition of the submission of academic transcripts to the Uniformed Services University to award students with an Associate's of Applied Science degree. Further, the university will be adapting the practical nurse program curriculum into their academic syllabi format. Today, representatives from the Army Practical Nurse Program are joining us to share with the board additional details about this change in administration. Lieutenant Colonel Juliet Mora, Director of the Practical Nurse Program, and Major John Talaviga, Deputy Director of the program, were scheduled to be here, and I only see the Major at the table with Dr. Hooper, but he will be available to share further details as well as address any board questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ayers. Thank you. Major, thank you for being here today, and we'd love to hear what you have to say for us.
Yes, good morning again. Major Tagoville, I'm the Deputy Director for the Army Nursing Program, also the Director for all the Phase 2 sites, as what Dr. Hooper was saying. We have 5, as of right now, satellite campuses for our Phase 2. We're looking at advancing more satellite campuses because the needs of the Army is increasing, especially with the healthcare field. So hopefully in the near future, we'll have additional satellite campuses, which again, will be in this board to be request for additional sites. But as for today, we are here to discuss, as I said, the Uniformed Service University College of Allied Health and Science. This plan has been going on for 3 to 4 years now. Like I said, I'm in this seat for the last 2 years now, and my goal for me for IPCS means every 3 years, we as military move out to the next duty station, do another job, and hopefully produce changes to that site. So my goal here is to ensure that these students, as of right now, they're graduating our program with a certificate and a diploma, no degrees. And oftentimes, the goal of the military is pursuing higher education. So the expectation for these individuals is to get an associate's degree of applied science. It's going to be approximately about 52 to 54 credits from my last meeting with issues. That will actually help them out with hopefully pursuing a bachelor's degree of nursing, which, based on my survey, a lot of these students does end up becoming registered nurse, so which is great. As for administrative changes, there's not really, like I said, big administrative changes. We are still ownership of the program, like I said. All that we're doing is replacing, like I said, providing them the transcript, and so they can provide us actual associate's degree. We'll have full control here at Fort Sam Houston, and that's pretty much it. I'm open for any questions that you guys have.
Any questions, board members, or statements?
I have a question. Good morning. I'm Kathy Lederhorn. I represent LPN Practice. With the awarding of the associates, are you going to add to the curriculum of what the current students, in addition to the curriculum that that the LVN program does, but in order to award the degree, are you going to have to add any classroom?
Negative, yeah. So there's no changes to the curriculum. So like I said, all we're doing is providing them our current Texas Board of Nursing approved curriculum to Uniformed Service University, and then from there they develop their own syllabi to align with their university, so they can develop their credits, required credits in order for that associate applied science.
I would ask some of my board members that do be in education. Do your students also, are they eligible for an associate's degree, or in order to have the hours?
The core classes for Texas. Texas Core, Composition 1, some of the other classes that are required. for
That's not a
associate
part of the
science.
program, that's in addition to.
That's in addition to, that would not be just those are classes beyond just what is in the LVN program.
I just wonder how this other university can award an associate's degree.
States that the award of an associate's degree to LVN education. In fact, there are programs in Texas who are interested in doing that. So we must distinguish between the VN and the RN programs. And so when they finish the Army program now, they can go into an LVN to ADN or an LVN to BSN. There are those programs also in our country. But it's a good question, sometimes confusing, but there are different kinds of associate degrees.
Thank you.
That was my question. I was trying to figure out because that would be, you said 52 hours. So, an ADN is about 60. And so an LVN is 1 year versus 2. So I couldn't wrap my head around that.
It seems like most of the Texas programs that have associate degrees, Associate of Arts and Science, something like that. It's a little different. Which I did go one time to look at all the programs in Texas to see how they name that degree. And most of them are AAS. Confusing at times. I know that our consultants have been to some of these other sites at different times. And we do meet with them when they have their faculty meeting online. And we're invited to go in and get presentations. And Mark will be one who gives the presentations on licensing. So they keep up with all of our changes. And our challenge is to keep up with their changes because we see a new director every 3 years.
Every 2-3 years.
3 years.
We have a new director.
They have to learn fast.
Yes. Goodness. Well, thank you for your service very much. And also, this is not a voting item. It's an information only item. So any other questions or?
Just one, comment if I may. And Major, I don't know whether this is exactly applicable to your program, but, for a long time I taught in a program that produced AAS students. And we, oftentimes the students, Army students, particularly our military students, I should generify that. They get the education that you're talking about in different ways. Some of them take CLEP tests and they will get the English classes and all this kind of stuff. So they do get that along the road to receiving their AAS along with their core curriculum of whatever the particular job field is. So with the statement, I'd like to say, thank you for what you do. I have been subject to the gaggle in 2 of these hospitals while I was getting put back together. And, hey, it's always fun to see young soldiers come along and learning the skills and the trade to help, put old soldiers back together again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for being here today on the work day.
Thank you, ma'am. At Wilmington, we're actually looking for registered nurses too, so you want to go there. Thank you, guys.
Sure. That is great.
Everywhere. Go back. John and Ross will be giving the next presentation.
Okay. Okay, at this time, we'll move to 3.2.9A, consideration and proposal to establish a new associate degree nursing education program, Texas School of Health Sciences in Weslaco. Beverly, I think if you will try to speak with your voice as much as you can, it's just where our microphones are in the ceiling. So thank you for being here, and we'll have you start. Thank you.
Kathy, I want to say one thing.
Okay.
This young man here came before us about 14 years ago with his dream of starting a nursing program. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam President and board members. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes. Yes.
The purpose of this agenda item is to request board consideration of the Texas School of Health Sciences to establish a new associate degree nursing education program in Weslaco, Texas. The school proposes the development of a unique associate degree nursing program in partnership with Prime Healthcare, which operates 3 hospitals in the Rio Grande Valley of Texas. The goal of this partnership is to address the unmet need for registered nurses in the Rio Grande Valley. Students will be provided an education that offers tuition forgiveness and guarantees a job to graduates who successfully pass the NCLEX RN and receive licensure to practice professional nursing. The school has a certificate of authority from the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board to award the associate degree and holds an exemption from the Texas Workforce Commission. The school plans to pursue accreditation with the Accrediting Bureau of Health Education Schools, better known as ABHES. The school is requesting to begin the 18-month full-time program in September of 2023 with a cohort of 30 students. These students would graduate in February of 2025, and a new cohort would begin in March 2025. In essence, the program is requesting to admit a new cohort every 18 months. The program is divided into 7 10-week terms that includes a total of 61 semester credit hours. There are no prerequisites. All general education, nursing, and science courses will be offered face-to-face. Clinical learning experiences will be at the 3 partner facilities of the school: Harlingen Medical Center, Knapp Medical Center, and Mission Hospital or Mission Regional Medical Center, plus mental health experiences at Palms Behavioral Health in Harlingen and Nueva Luz Foundation. I believe that is Weslaco. These opportunities will include a wide variety of clinical learning opportunities. Dr. Susan Sportsman, a highly accomplished nurse educator, developed the program proposal in the interim as the Chief Academic Officer position. In December of 2022, Dr. Melinda Rodriguez was hired to assume the Chief Academic Officer position. Dr. Rodriguez has a wealth of nursing administration and nursing education experience. Dr. Sportsman and Dr. Rodriguez began working together on a bi-weekly basis in January of this year to ensure Dr. Rodriguez would receive the necessary orientation to successfully transition to the role of the permanent Chief Academic Officer. I conducted a site visit on June 1st, 2023 to the Texas School of Health Sciences facilities located in the Knapp Medical Center Conference Center adjacent to the hospital in Weslaco, and all elements of board rule requirements have been met or exceeded. The minute I walked into the building, it was easy to see that the environment is conducive to learning. There's ample space for the students to study, including the large classroom and nice break areas throughout the building. And it's very light and airy in there, which makes a very nice environment. I toured the skills lab, which is in the hospital next door. Students will have more than they need to learn nursing skills and patient care, including clinical judgment. I would now ask the representatives to introduce themselves and share their vision of this new ADN program with you. Thank you.
Okay, excuse me 1 second. I didn't read our preamble that we need to have when we have a new program. And I'm sorry, I couldn't find it in my papers. I've been up here going, wait, she's already talking. And
You need to do this again?
No.
No.
Thank you. You're good. I was just trying to stay on schedule. So this is under section 301.157 of the Texas Occupation Code. The Board of Nursing is charged with the responsibility to prescribe and publish the minimum requirements and standards for a course of study in each program that prepares registered nurses or vocational nurses. So the board has received this proposal from Texas School of Health Sciences to establish this new nursing education program in Weslaco, Texas. So the purpose of this hearing is to allow an opportunity for interested parties, individuals, and organizations to present testimony to the board in order that it may determine whether the proposal from Texas School of Health Sciences will meet the minimum requirements established by the board. Members of the public were provided prior notice both on file with the Secretary of State's office and the board's website, of the opportunity to request to present verbal or written testimony related to this hearing and the instructions for doing so. And the board staff has received no requests. So the proceedings, on behalf of your program, you're given 20 minutes to make your presentation. Please make your comments as concise as possible. At the beginning of your remarks, tell us who you are and who you represent. If you're addressing particular parts of the proposal, please identify them before you begin. If you wish to submit written testimony or to supplement your oral remarks with written testimony, you may do so at the close of this hearing by submitting those comments to the board staff via email. So the representatives of Texas School of Health Sciences, if you'll please stand and raise your right hand to be sworn in. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before the Board of Nursing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. So we've had Ms. Claus's information, and so now you may begin, whoever would like to talk first.
Thank you. I'm Kyle Hunt. I'm the president of Texas School of Health Sciences. I wanted to say it's an honor to be presenting before the Texas Board of Nursing today. And as Dr. Hooper said, I saw Dr. Ayers up there, and it was in January of 2008 that I first went and talked to Dr. Ayers about the vision for this school. And if it wasn't for the time that she showed me, I wouldn't have been able to stick with it all these years. We are a new associate degree college that is located on the campus of Knapp Medical Center in Weslaco, Texas. We feel like our hospital campus exemplifies our effort to provide a stimulating, patient care focused environment to our students. While we are partnered with hospitals and the foundations in the area, I think it's important to remember that this degree program, the school, is completely autonomous from the hospital and the foundation. One of the very unique aspects of the school is that our 30 students, all of them, will be required to take all of their prerequisites, all of their nursing courses, everything on our hospital campus, and it'll be a 40-hour week commitment from the hours of 8 a.m. To 5 p.m. Another one of the kind of the unique aspects of our school is that all of our students, when they graduate upon licensure, they are all guaranteed a full-time job with a full-time wage and full-time benefits in one of the 3 acute care hospitals that we are partnered with. I can tell you that in our search to hire a chief academic officer, Dr. Rodriguez is here with me. We also have one of our faculty, full-time faculty, Dr. Ashley Hovar, and 2 of the chief nursing officers from the prime area, Cesar Guerra and Wes Robinson. In looking to hire faculty, we have had an incredible amount of interest from faculty, and we think that's a compliment to our focus on patient care in the student learning environment. I can also tell you that having interviewed students, they are so ready to start this program, and we think it will be a unique opportunity for the right student. This is not for every student. There are other programs in the area that are doing a great job of being innovative, and there are other institutions, hospital systems who are all doing a wonderful job. But we think for 30 students, this can be something that supplements the efforts of the other institutions and colleges in the Rio Grande Valley. I can also tell you that the students in the Rio Grande Valley are some of the most deserving students in the state of Texas. And we do think this will be a wonderful program for them. We're very excited about the opportunity. I think Dr. Sportsman, maybe you could say that.
I'll go next. I'm Susie Sportsman, and I've had the pleasure of being the interim CAO and helping to develop the program. And I think it was a great experience, really. I've enjoyed it very much, and I think it's very worthwhile. And you can see the support from the community, which is always important. I wanted to talk about 3 things very quickly. First of all, it is, as Kyle said, a 10-term, 7-term, and the terms are 10 weeks in in length. This is a little different from many schools, the traditional 15 weeks of the semester. So, but the end result is because students spend more time in the clinical and in the classroom in those 7 weeks to equal what would happen when the students are in a traditional 15-week program. So we believe that we're covering all the bases that we need to cover in that regard. And they will be able then to transfer to baccalaureate programs. We have been contract with UT Arlington. They've reviewed our curriculum. I anticipate students will want to go a variety of places, and they'll be able to do that. I'm very proud of the student success initiative that we have. It includes a variety of things that focus on the students and help them with whatever areas they have weaknesses or special strengths, we can focus on that. The Student Success Program has several parts. The first is a study hall every Friday, and we'll have an opportunity for students to remediate if that's important, to have special sessions with nurses in the community, and I think that will be really helpful to reinforce, and I think Dr. Rodriguez will talk more about it. We also, this faculty will have 10 students each. 3 faculty will have 10 students each that will be their student advisor throughout the whole time that they're in school. So we believe that that connection will be really important. Prime has also agreed to provide mentors from their nurses for these students, and they will have that. It will be not so much teaching, but just mentoring to help them know that they really can't get through this program. And then I want to tell you that we were probably the only school in Texas that will have an optional mindfulness approach with yoga and breathing and so forth. And Kyle will be leading that. I think that we're probably the only school that has that. And given what we need for resilience of students, I think it's a really good thing. The final thing I'd like to tell you that I'm proud of is that, as Kyle said, the students will be able to work for Prime, but we wanted to be sure that that was an organized process and that students were satisfied and Prime was satisfied. So we've set up a process that's very similar from the residency matching program. We're calling it a matching program where students will interview and nurses from the hospital will be involved. And we hope that that will ensure that both students are, when they graduate, are satisfied with where they're going, and the hospital will also. So thank you very much. I'll turn it over to Melinda, and I know she's got some things to say.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm so honored to be here in this room. And my name is Melinda Rodriguez, and I am the Chief Academic Officer for this program. And I'm going to continue just a little bit on what Dr. Sportsman was saying regarding student success. I think in order for students to be successful in a nursing program, you have to get the right faculty. You have to get faculty that we can match in the teaching arena. So if their specialty is mental health, we want them to teach mental health. If their specialty is critical care, med-surg, we want them to teach critical care, med-surg. So we're in the process right now. We've got 1 full-time faculty, Dr. Kovar, and we've got 6 adjunct instructors who are coming on board. And I'm very excited because at the end of the day, why are we here? Number one, the student. And so our program is going to be centered around our students because I think that that's how a program can be successful. So as Dr. Sportsman mentioned, mentoring. We've got a Friday session where we're going to have study hall where they can have that opportunity to study, meet with their instructors. And I've kind of got in the back of my head doing a nursing grand rounds session. When I worked in a hospital previously, we tried to initiate nursing grand rounds to bring topics of nursing, evidence-based nursing topics to the students. Some of the things would be maybe hospice and palliative care, That's something that's cutting edge right now. And the students don't know a whole lot about that. Sepsis. How do you identify sepsis early? Those are things that I think are very important for a nursing student to learn during their practice. So I've got thoughts in my mind, Ashley, and I've talked about it. So this is something that we'd like to do on that study hall special events day. Working with the CNOs of the hospitals has been wonderful. We want to continue that relationship as we graduate this first cohort. The matching, I'm excited about that. And as we've had information sessions with students, we've talked to them about that because they really make a decision to teach or go and work during their clinicals. That's where they really learn to know where they want to work. So I could talk all day about this. I'm very excited. And I think that the program will be top notch. We're going to make it top notch. So thank you so much for your attention and your time.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. I appreciate that. And I wanted to tell the board one thing I forgot. I knew it would be something. We've had tremendous resources and support for the school. And second to none of them is our board of directors chairwoman, Dr. Lolly Lockhart. So Dr. Lockhart, thank you for being here. I know the board is familiar with her. And I forgot to introduce her.
We'd be glad to answer any questions that you might have.
So, board members?
Yes, Madam
Dr.
President.
Edwards, she's
Representing Baccalaureate Education. Thank you for being here. Certainly a needed program in the area. My first question, and I've got a lot, so please bear with me, and I'm happy to repeat it. It's number two part. One of them has to do, and I'm going to ask for Dr. Cooper's assistance in interpreting this new Senate Bill 1429 that has to do with standardized testing and compliance. Y'all are familiar with that. So I think there's some areas that may need to be amended in the proposal. And one of those is on page 648, and it has to do with 25% of the med surg. You're going to drop that down to 10%.
Yes.
So you know that. Okay, good. And then there's also some regarding remediation, your policy regarding remediation. I think that's going to need revision but I'm going to ask for Dr. Hooper's input on this because you don't allow progression. You're requiring remediation. And my interpretation of Senate Bill 1429 was that we can't single out a student and not allow them to not progress. We can talk to them as a group and say, we're recommending if your score is below 900 on the HESI that you remediate and you're going to get, your notification, but we can't fail them and single them out.
Right.
And the intent was not to do that when I was writing that particular piece. Typically, or many schools have that 25, and I know that Beverly helped us say you got to do that. So the faculty will do that. But we never intended that if I wrote it that way, I should have done a better job. But
it does say an F, that the person cannot progress and they'll get an F on the remediation. So,
well, what we hope is that the students will, if they are not ready, if they are not doing well in that includes the clinical and the 10% of the test and all the other things they do, it may be that they will be able to progress if they don't do well in all those aspects of that class.
Yeah, this just pertaining to the standardized.
Yeah, and that was never the intent. But we do want them to be able to meet those standards. And there may be a case where some student does not pass pharmacology. That's always the one I had trouble with. And if they don't pass, the way our structure is, they will have to wait until the next time that is offered. We thought about that hard, but given the resources, we felt like that was appropriate. So I want to assure you that it's not just the standardized test. I do think standardized tests are important, but I think they're important to identify what's wrong with the student or what they don't know, as well as what needs to be improved with the curriculum outside.
And while we're talking about sort of progression of students, on page 388, you had information about the drug calculation. It just seemed, and this is a comment, but it seemed a little lenient that you would, in our program, now this is a baccalaureate program, if they fail the drug test twice, they can't continue at all. And the way your language was that after the second failed attempt, you work with them, like you.
That's right, and that was our intent. I think it will be ultimately up to the faculty. If they keep failing that drug test, then that will affect whether they go forward with their clinical. I believe that we said that we would keep working with them.
If you did,
they could move on to the next course, but somebody would keep working on it with them, and they wouldn't be able to give drugs until they pass that test.
Right, that's what it says. Right.
I know that's different, but the intent was to be sure that the faculty is really involved with helping students to do that work. We also put in there, as I'm sure you saw, that they will take drug tests throughout the whole curriculum, sort of like they do when they have to go to work.
So
that was the intent.
Catch at each point.
Right, exactly.
Okay, switching gears a bit, but still focusing on progression of students. Just interesting, and as I'm not as familiar with the associate degree programs, I'm familiar with our BSN program. I've worked with associate degree programs a lot. The way the clinical grade is administered when there's a complementary course such as you've got med-surg didactic and med-surg clinical. So the way it reads, and I'm just not at all accustomed to this, is that the metric, first I look at your clinical evaluation tool because I'm big on the clinical evaluation piece. And I'll comment on that in a moment. But the way the grading was their didactic grade would be complementary. They would get the same didactic grade as they would for clinical, unless their clinical score, they had 50% or you have 18 criteria. So 9 of those criteria at a 1. Right? Is that okay? So any reason or is there a benchmark for not grading the clinical separately? Because ADNs, that's their wheelhouse, right? Is clinical.
Yes, and let me share with you the reason for that. And I have done this particular thing in schools that I have been dean of. So there are the schools that use that method. The concern that I have, concern I have is it is awfully hard in your clinic when you're judging people's clinical skills to give a number grade for that. I find that struggle with that, and students say, well, she made an 89 and I made a 42, and how did you get to that? And so over time in my particular career, we have done this where they don't get a grade in the clinical. Now that's not to say that they don't think that clinical is not really important. I hope the evaluation form demonstrates that, but it just made it more concrete for students if they don't do well in the didactic. That's important. If they don't do well in the clinical, and I hope the evaluation form will identify who will do well and who will not. We tried to make it theoretically based in order to do that. And because the faculty is going to be working so closely with those students, I hear your concern about will they really be evaluated in the clinical. And my feeling is that they certainly will be, but they will not get a grade. And I'm sort of anti-trying. Students focus, at least in my opinion, students focus on the grade rather than do I really know how to take care of people. And I know we all struggle with that.
Well, I think your tool is very good, with the exception of the fact there's no numerical metric on it. So you've got this 4-point scale. What I would really recommend, and we've been through multiple revisions of clinical tools.
Right.
So you kind of know what I'm talking about. Faculty do struggle to say, okay, well, they get a 1 or they get a 4. So what we did was we did a range. So 0 to 3, 4 to 6, 7 to 8, 9 to 10. So you still have the 4 categories, but each criteria then culminated to 10 points. So they could give somewhere in that range. Like maybe they didn't always meet that criteria. Maybe sometimes they did. So it made faculty feel a little more comfortable in giving it a number and a percentage.
Well, I certainly appreciate that, and I know Dr. Rodriguez does. And I have said all along, as we have met together and talked about why the curriculum is developed the way it is, I have said, this is what I think, based on my experience sitting in my office and doing it. And I know full well and recommend that Dr. Rodriguez and faculty have full control of what goes forward. And, I appreciate that, your comments, and, they may want to make some changes. And
Dr. Rodriguez, I would just really highly recommend that it holds the faculty and the student accountable when you have an absolute metric associated with it instead of the 18 criteria, giving a percentage. Just
like a rubric.
Like a rubric.
Exactly. I see what you're saying.
And you have 18 criteria, so you could condense it to 10. Each criteria is 10 points on a scale of 1. You've got a scale, but you could expand that scale 0 to 3, make it a 10-point for each, and then it's 100%. So it's easy to grade that way for faculty, but a little more finite on their competence.
And I'm thinking along the lines, a lot of time when you remediate, you have to show them. This is why you didn't do well, and let's talk about it. And just to talk about what Dr. Sportsman said regarding the remediation, in my past experience, I taught in a baccalaureate program for almost 20 years, and definitely we need to remediate, but at the same time, we catch these folks early. I have a performance improvement tool that I developed, and I was talking to Dr. Sportsman about this last night. I'd like to implement that performance improvement. Because what it is just a contract that you make with a student, and you tell them these are the things that you need to improve on, and then these are the things that you and I are going to either meet weekly, maybe every 2 weeks, but until you meet that criteria or you meet that objective. So performance improvement plans are important. Surely talking to our faculty once we get them all on board, and having that available to them so that they can work with the students. So performance improvement is very important, but you got to catch it with that first exam that they don't do well on. And that was always my goal with my students when I taught. You don't pass my exam, you need to make an appointment with me. Let's talk about it. So we're going to hope to, implement that in this program where we have a lot of our faculty are going to be very engaged. And so this performance improvement plan is going to assist that. But thank you for your comments. We will look at that.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Just a few more. Okay, won't wear you out. So talking about testing, we've kind of gone backwards. We've talked about what happens at the outcomes, but going backwards a bit. And this is really two-part. Students, in my understanding, are provided laptops.
Correct.
And then I guess when they graduate and move on, they pass back their laptop.
Yes.
So you purchase these laptops. You have somebody that can sweep them and
Clean them.
Absolutely, yes. We will purchase the laptops, and we have an IT director that will set that all up. They'll have all their own login credentials that will be connected with Elsevier, and we'll sweep them and clean them up after they graduate, prepare them for the next program.
Perfect. And then are your exams that you're administering, are they face-to-face? Are you going to allow them to do, because you have the ProctorU for pre-admissions or admissions SEA2, but okay.
Right now, they would be face-to-face.
Okay, good.
Yes, ma'am.
Because it's
Really difficult.
very difficult. Lots of glitches with ProctorU. It's just out of my curiosity, and having taught in our RN to BSN program for several years. Why UTA for their RN to BSN? You've done this articulation of
We
reasons.
certainly would assume that the students may want to go anywhere. We actually were working on a couple of different ones. Grand Canyon was one. I suspect that UT will probably, that'll be.
And I'm not advocating for
No, I know.
high school,
No.
but I'm just curious why that you,
Well,
I kind of know, but I.
One of the reasons was because we were getting ready to go to the coordinating board, and they wanted to know that. And UTA, I'm from that area, and so and there's some folks in the Rio Grande Valley that are associated with that, and so they were very efficient in getting that done. That does not mean certainly that as we move on, or that there will not be other articulations.
I just wonder if you could give students several options, like you're talking about Grand Canyon, UTA.
Yeah.
And not just.
Yeah, it was related to the timeline, and UTA was very efficient in responding. But I don't think we ever thought that that would be the only place.
We've tried to provide our students with excellent resources, and we have a steering committee that consists of the hospital partners and the school. And our independent member from the community, Dr. Tammy Edis, as a former Texas Nurse Association president, and so she with the UT Arlington system. So that was one of the ways we facilitated that. I've also reached out to the University of Texas A&M system. They have a back and work program that's coming to the Valley, and so we absolutely want to provide other opportunities to our students from the University of Texas system, the Texas A&M system, or anybody else that might want to.
Good. That's awesome. Thank you. Okay, I promise only a couple more. Just a concern is that you considered good academic standing at a 2.0.
Sounds like my grades.
I think that's well below. That's typically what we're, not allowing students to continue in a program at. So that's not really what I call industry standards is at a 2.0.
Yeah, I'm sitting here trying to rack my brain. I really believed that, and maybe there's an error somewhere. I really believe that we had 2.5.
That was in the student handbook, I believe, and I didn't write down my page number that I found it on.
That, but
yeah,
I'm trying to go through my head, what might have happened, and certainly, we want them to not only have good grades, but we also want them to do well on the HESI, and that's what we've chosen, and have a comprehensive evaluation process so that they will also do interviews, and they will have to write something. So we're using a formula for but I thank you for bringing that up. Actually, I'm not sure why that is. I thought we had 2.5, so perhaps there was an error somewhere.
Okay, good, yeah. And just comments, Evolve, y'all are using Elsevier Evolve. They've come out with this potential, and maybe if you're approved and you're moving along, and maybe in your next budget cycle, you can incorporate the Evolve 360, because they have the adaptive quizzing and the mastery quizzes, which are NGN style questions for next gen.
Yeah.
And I'm going to use them. So I think we need to subscribe to it. And I think I'm not advocating for any one particular product, but because you were using that and I'm familiar with that, I would really recommend, subscribing to that Evolve 360. And they'll come out and educate you on how to, and they can do it at home.
Yeah.
You can do these benchmarks for the students to say it's like a self-assessment and not incorporated in their grade or incorporated in their grade. So there's levels of how you test them with this 360 and adaptive quizzing. It's a new feature. And then I would recommend putting language in your syllabus about AI. And
Say it again.
artificial intelligence.
Oh, yeah,
I
I
recommend
think you're
you putting,
probably right.
yeah, I put that in consider it as plagiarism.
Yeah.
Because your ADNs are going to be more skill oriented, they may lean on something like that when it should be really considered plagiarism.
Well, thank you very much for bringing that up because, you know, that in today's world, every radio program or whatever I hear, it's about that. So
it's a challenge for faculty.
Yeah. So that's, yes.
Okay, I'm done. I promise. Thank you.
No, thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
That's very helpful.
Hey, Ken?
Thank you for being here. I'm Ken Johnson. I am LBN Education. I just had just a few questions as well as I was reading through your packet here. A couple of them have to do with the admission criteria. I noticed on there that you're giving 3 points for students that come into the program or apply for the program that are already LVNs. But you're not an LVN transition. You're not a transition program. So why would they choose to even do that? Because it's retreading.
This is at the request of some of the hospitals. They had folks that wanted to do this. And I don't know how many y'all have actually interviewed, but a goodly number. So that was at the request of the hospital that we include those folks in the potential. They've not admitted anybody, and so we had already done the formula, and then we thought, well, you know, and so that's how that came.
It just seems like a strange mix for a program that's 18 months with taking students that have zero nursing knowledge, and then you're mixing in people with habits already.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, and I appreciate you bringing that point up. We did think about that and wonder how it would work. And because, you know, it was a request from our partners, we wanted to accommodate that. And, but we did talk about it, and I think they have some strategies to work in a way that would be beneficial so that those who have some experience and those who don't have experience can work together. And I hear you know, you got habits you got to deal with and that sort of thing.
I will say is, you know, we consulted with Ms. Gloss on this, and it is a traditional, you know, track. It's all the prerequisites, everything are offered to us. And it's not, you know, the program's not for everybody. So if an LVN comes in, or even somebody, we've had students that have taken microbiology and anatomy and physiology, you know, everybody has to come in and take the courses. I think the thinking is that somebody who held a state license, you know, they might have experience that would benefit them.
But as far as financial aid goes, and I know that they have the program where they're going to get their tuition paid for eventually, but as far as like starting, and they have costs associated with that starting, correct? Or is it no upfront?
Our students, there are no upfront tuition costs. So there's no application fee. They get a laptop. They're provided scrubs. I think the only things that they will have to pay for, they won't have to pay for their lab coat. They'll have to pay for a stethoscope and, you know, tennis shoes for clinical. Sure. The Workforce Solutions Department has been very gracious. They will be at our orientation. So students with a demonstrated need, they can get their gas mileage reimbursement and child care. But, you know, other than that, there are no costs that the students should incur. And, you know, the value of the tuition, I guess the cost is much more than $15,000. But the most they'll ever have to repay after they graduate is $15,000. And it's 36 months in the hospital. And I would like to say I talked to Paul Schuler, the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, about this. And that's, you know, it's important, and what we've done a good job of, I think Dr. Rodriguez and I, in talking to our students, is that this program isn't for everybody. So because it's 40 hours a week of didactic and clinical learning from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., and that's just at the school, we can't tell them they can't work, but it's, you know, it's going to be very difficult for them too. So, you know, the program's just not for everybody. You know, people have to make a decision on that coming in. So while we aren't charging tuition up front, it will be very difficult to work in the program. So that's kind of the factors.
My other question about the admission criteria, why so many admission tests? I know that you can take the SAT, ACT, or TSIA, but they're also going to have to take the HESI. Why not just say all these? Forget about these, because you can get adult students that haven't been in school in years haven't taken an SAT.
I think the only two admission tests are the HESI A2, and then most of them will take a TSIA, but in place of the TSIA, they can have an ACT or an SAT. So there's only two admission tests.
Right, but why not just the HESI? Why not just everybody that comes in here do the HESI?
I think
Instead of like the SAT or the TSIA, they all show the same thing.
Well-
Right.
I think when we decided on that, it was part of the criterion that's in the rules to regs. And so we wanted to be sure we followed that. Yeah. And I feel that, the admission test for nurses, HESI or ATI, whichever you choose, have some strong research that says it's helpful in predicting that first year. So that's why we did that.
Also reading through your courses, am I to understand that the HESI exams are being used as your final exams?
Well, that is what is in your packet. Then the legislature made the rule that it had to be 10%. So before the school students actually start, they would change that to the 10% and rearrange. The thought was, and I've done this in a variety of schools, in my life, is that the HESI would be the final, and they also have other tests. But because of the predictive value of HESI or API, whichever you use, because of that predictive value, and because we're so focused on remediating students, we wanted to be sure that we got a real read on how well the students did. And, I've written a gazillion faculty tests. I imagine the HESI ones were better than mine. I don't know, maybe not.
I agree with you.
Oh, really? Well,
I think that oftentimes on those standardized tests, there's things on there that you will have never gone over during the semester or hadn't. It's just not on the objectives that you have. And so the test that you would make, I think, would probably be 1,000 times better.
well, good. That's great.
So
And that's why we
hoping
have,
that the final exams will be instructor made instead of standardized exam.
we certainly do have both. And, with the new NGN, it's already planned how to faculty to get to that level.
So I think my last question would be just bringing myself back into the position of being a student. And I understand that through your program, or I am understanding that the tuition's not up front or anything like that. But the standard that you set for the nursing courses is 75 and above, right, to continue on in the program.
Yes.
You get a 74, you get an F on your transcript. But the non-nursing classes are graded the same way. Why?
Because I thought it was important that the faculty, nursing faculty, and the general education faculty talk to each other a lot. I know in some schools I've worked in, biology is way over there, and we never talk to each other. And so, and because those faculty will be reporting to Dr. Rodriguez, so there's an opportunity for collaboration. And so I thought that was a good way to get students started into.
So my issue with that is those are not core nursing classes. Like I understand in the nursing school, like in the nursing class, you want them to come up to a certain standard. And I understand that perhaps this program is not for every student. I get that. But if a student were to go to a community college, get a 71, have C, right? It would probably be a C on their transcript, likely, correct? But if they go to your school and they get a 74, fail and they're out. So now you failed, you have an F on your transcript, and you're not a nurse. or you're not going to be a nurse until you recycle back through and retake the class. And so that's a bit of my concern with the grading scale for non-nursing courses.
Well, I appreciate that, and they'll certainly.
Let's see here if there's anything else. Some of the grades that I noticed in there didn't actually have like a final exam for them. For instance, RNSG 1209 has 4 grades, 3 exams, and a group project, but there's nothing else listed there as far as the grade goes. It looks like it's just 80%.
That's probably.
It's a typo or something.
Yeah, probably so.
But I know I'm asking all this questions, but I did want to take a moment to say that I really like the 10-to-1 student ratio where you need for sure two times in a month and then more often as needed. I think that's fantastic. I do really think that's going to help students in the long run. That's all I should say.
Okay, and I'm going to circle back just on, we found on page 497, the good academic standing is 2.0. So
Okay,
what will it be instead if they are considering 2.5?
I'm saying that. I think probably since we made this error, I made this error, the faculty will have the decision, but I expect.
I'd encourage higher.
Okay. Well, encourage it. So 3.0 is what you're suggesting. Well,
they're going to be taking care of me.
Well, that's true.
And us.
Yeah, certainly me.
Okay, any other questions or comments, board members?
I just have a comment. Being from South Texas, I'm a hospital administrator. So from a business standpoint, Prime is a competitor technically, but professionally, I've worked with Dr. Rodriguez and Cesar Guerra, and you have stellar nurses that are going to run this program. I don't know if you even realize that. And I appreciate that what y'all are doing for our community down in South Texas. And I think and hope that you will be extremely successful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, can I get a motion on agenda item 3.2.9? A, consideration proposal to establish a new nursing education program, Texas School of Health Sciences in Weslaco, Texas, ADN Nursing Education Program.
Rick Williams, move to grant initial approval to Texas School of Health Science to establish a new associate degree nursing education program in Weslaco, Texas, and impose the conditions, requirements in the attached letter and board order.
Chambers, second. Okay. Thank you. I have a motion and a second. If you'll please take a vote. Daryl Chambers.
Daryl Chambers, 4.
Laura Disk.
Laura Disk, 4.
Carol Hawkins Garcia.
Carol Hawkins Garcia, 4.
Maisie Jameson.
Maisie Jameson, 4.
Ken Johnson.
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn.
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Allison Porter Edwards.
Allison Edwards, 4.
Melissa Scott.
Melissa Scott, 4.
Kathy Schiff, 4. Rick Williams.
Rick Williams, 4.
And Kim Ryan.
Kim Ryan, 4.
Thank you. So it's unanimous and it passes, and good luck to you. So.
Thank you all very much.
Now you can celebrate.
Yeah.
So thanks. Take care. Okay, we're going to take a break for lunch, and we have the cafe that's downstairs in the corner of the building, and for board members, if we can try to. It gets crowded at this time, so we want to go pretty fast. And we have our forum at 1. I'd like you to be back at 10 till if you can, to kind of get ready to go for forum at 1. So you get your food. If you haven't been there, you get your Hey, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the board, I'm recognizing this time as the beginning of open forum. Normally, this is an opportunity for the public to voice observations and opinions about the regulation of nursing, the approval of nursing schools, and our nursing practice issues which fall under the purview of this agency. We welcome ideas or recommendations about issues in nursing practice or education. The information shared with us will assist the board in its regulatory role. The mission of the Texas Board of Nursing is to protect and promote the welfare of the people of Texas by ensuring that each person holding a license as a nurse in the state of Texas is competent to practice safely. Keep in mind that this jurisdiction is limited to the approval of schools of nursing, examination and licensure of nurses entering practice, and the regulation of practicing nurses. Many aspects of healthcare, such as the operation of hospitals and the licensure or practice of healthcare providers other than nurses, are beyond the board's purview. In eligibility and disciplinary matters, the law provides that the board act on the basis of admissible evidence which is secured and presented within the requirements of due process and the Administrative Procedures Act, the APA. Therefore, during this forum, we cannot receive information about any pending case. Members of the public were provided prior notice, both on file with the Secretary of State's office and on the board's website, of the opportunity to request to present verbal or written testimony related to this hearing. At this time, we invite anyone wishing to address the board during open forum to step forward, identify yourself, and present the information that you wish to share with the board. So is there anyone here that was wanting to participate in open forum? So seeing none, we opened at 1:02 and it's now 1:04 and open forum is closed. Thank you. So next we will go on with our the rest of our agenda. And we have some information, and I'm wondering if Bruce is available for legislative update, 88th regular legislative session 1.3. I was wrong, we have two. There'll be one, then there's another. So we think we've got this where it will work if you'll speak up.
Fingers crossed. Good afternoon, Madam President and board members. Agenda item 1.3 is culmination of more than 7 hours of legislative monitoring by agency staff from all departments of the agency. The legislative session, which began November 2022, concluded on May 29th. We had 8,579 bills filed during the regular session. And at the high point during the session, there were more than 30 bills amending the Nursing Practice Act that were in play that staff were monitoring. Now, by the end of the session, that number of bills that made it across the finish line that amended the Nursing Practice Act had dropped down to a mere 5. And of the hundreds of bills being monitored by staff at the high point of the session, which was around March and April, we dropped that number to below 100 bills. And the bills in 1.3 are the bills that didn't make it across the finish line. Let me first acknowledge all of the staff that participated in the legislative monitoring. And from start with the operations, of course, Mark and cover the IT bills, enforcement, Tony and Danny Green, Denise Bindo, also monitor bills, legal, we have Dusty, legal, and Brian Miller. From the nursing department, Chris, all of the practice consultants, all of the education consultants, and Sierra Wilson also helped with sorting out the Senate bills that were filed this session. I took the House bills, she took the Senate bills. Steve Zimmerman also took a block of those bills. As you look at the report, the initials that you'll see in the first column are the staff person who was monitoring the bill. We broke the report down so that the first block of the report is just bills amending the Nursing Practice Act, followed by bills that would require action by the board, which may include drafting of rules or making other changes. And then the third block is bills that may be of interest to others in the profession of nursing. And we do want to go through the bills that would amend the Nursing Practice Act. Some of these bills do not really have consequences for us because we're already doing things related to these bills. First one I'm going to mention is House Bill 2187 by Representative Vaughn Davis, which increased penalties for conviction for abandoning or endangering elderly or disabled individuals. Next one I want to mention is HB 4123 by Representative Ryan Dion that has to do with DPS criminal background checks. And basically, there's no change involved with this bill because we're already following procedures that meet standards in that bill. So no change is required there. Now, that's not the case for the third bill that we have, which is Senate Bill 1343, which does change the composition of the board, adding an APRN member and also a consumer member, and also has the APRN involved with looking at cases. So in that circumstance, we have to wait and see what happens with the governor's office in terms of appointments before we proceed down that path. The next one I want to talk about, we've talked about briefly this morning, I believe, and that was Senate Bill 1429 by Senator Hinojosa. That bill prohibits the use of standardized exams as a graduation requirement, and something that staff will be looking at between now and the next board meeting in terms of how we respond to that information. Now, the last one that I want to talk about that amends the Nursing Practice Act was Senate Bill 1659 by Senator Schwerner, which changes our review period from 2028-2029 to 2032-2033. And the logical question here is, why would they do that? Well, it's kind of a good news, bad news thing. Good news is it's getting pushed back. The bad news is the rationale for moving it back so that they can spend more time reviewing each agency. So that's the official rationale that they put in the bill now. That they wanted more time to devote to each agency.
So I'm trying to clarify that because they camped out for 6 months last time in our agency when they did that, and it was so intense. So you're saying if they do it in 32 rather than 28, they'll be more in depth than last time?
Sounds like that's their strategy going forward, and that's their explanation their very brief explanation provided for the bill analysis in terms of why they were pushing back all of these different agency review dates was because they wanted to devote more time to each agency's review. And that's all I have on this report. I do want to mention that a lot of these items we're going to take up in the next board meeting. We are short-staffed. Legal, and we want to take more time to review the legislation and determine how we respond to certain task bills.
Thank you. I am just amazed that we start with 8,500, and how many did finish up?
The final number was approximately 95 bills. So it was a dramatic drop in the number of bills that were enacted.
And usually it's like about 200, isn't it? I mean, wasn't it like before?
It's been higher in the past.
It's a lot of amendments. A lot of amendments go on to some of these bills that would have been a bill and they're combined.
Well, a lot of the bills just, they just didn't make it across the finish line.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Well, thank you for your work. Thank you for the staff and the directors and the groups that they had to do all of this. That's excellent. And what a nice product you've given us instead of trying to go through it ourselves. Does anybody have any other questions or statements? Or?
Just a thank you, because I reached out to you as soon as the legislature had ended, because I was very concerned when I was sitting in a meeting with that textbook company and they knew about the bill being passed that impacted that standardized test. And I was like, okay, Bruce. So I appreciate you sort of drilling it down for me and letting me know so I could then disseminate it. So I think just going forward, you did so much work. You had 2 people monitoring all these bills and you had to divide and conquer. I'm wondering if there's a way at the end of a legislature session that we could sort of get the heads up on some of these ones that we know are going to impact either education or practice in some way.
Well, I do want to mention that we're also going to be talking about enacted legislation in the October bulletin. By that point, we'll have a better idea of how we are going to respond to some of these various bills that we're looking at. And we've got a few months that we'll need to sort through a variety of bills. I mean, everything from public information to sell computerized lists to fund school education funding. There's just a variety of things that probably be talking about.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you guys. Our go-to person. Thank you. Okay, at this time, we will do a 7.1.1 Texas Peer Assistance Program for Nurses Quarterly Report for the 3rd quarter. So Dr. Bumpus is out of town, I think at a conference. Oh, vacation, gosh, that's well-deserved, isn't it? So,
Code word.
So if you guys would introduce yourselves before you talk. Did you guys fill out forms for appearing? You have not, we will. Yes. Okay. You'll just tell us who you are and.
Okay, well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Brittany Bajewski. I am the Program Director for Texas Peer Assistance Program Services. And today I brought with me 2 of my colleagues that I'd love to introduce themselves.
Good afternoon. Good to be here again. I'm Rolly National Team Lead at DPAC.
Hi, I am America Softheld, and I am the program coordinator for TPAPN.
Okay, so without further ado, we'll get started on our highlights. As you mentioned, we are reporting for the third quarter, which runs March 1st through May 31st, and it was a really good third quarter. And I bring with me my colleagues because could not do it without all of the incredible hard work that has been put forth from this amazing team. So just have to always give the shout outs where they're deserved. For our referrals, to start off, I want to do a little bit of a comparison so that you all can see we're continuing to try to increase our awareness of the program while we decrease the stigma around substance use and mental health issues. And so for quarter 2, our referrals were at 133, which was an increase. For quarter 3, our referrals are at 201. We had a large increase in our referrals, and we do believe there is some correlation related to all of the outreach that was done over this last quarter with other elements as well. So in addition to that, our pre-enrollment agreements, we had 30 for quarter 2. We had 52 signed pre-enrollment agreements. Quarter 2, we had 50 participation agreements signed. We had 56 for this quarter. So again, we're seeing an increase in our participation agreements. And then lastly, from a number standpoint, wanted to share with you all that our active cases have gone from 579 in the second quarter to 643. So we are really working, this team has worked incredibly hard to do outreach and reach Texas nurses, and we really appreciate all the support, as well as the staff of the board. Other highlights I just want to share, and then of course we'll open it up to questions and kind of upcoming what's going on in the future in the quarter. We did just, through the Texas Nurses Foundation Board, get the approval of our new advisory committee, and we're very excited to get our first meeting that is scheduled for August 11th, actually, started with our new advisory committee. So we're looking forward to that and what all they are going to bring energy-wise and outreach-wise across the state of Texas to help us and guide us as we look towards strategic planning. We are set for doing our strategic planning meeting also this August in 2023, and we will bring on our new advisory committee as well to participate in that. Okay, so without anything else, I open it up for questions.
Okay, so one of the things we noticed you've just done an amazing outreach, several pages, which is new. And so I think you've been very busy, and that's very, very exciting because we just have to make sure that our nurses are aware, public's aware, our employers are aware. So we commend you on that. So thank you for that. Ms. Thomas said some things.
Hi, good to see you. As board members, as part of our due diligence to look at budget issues before we renew a contract, we've been through the latest round of questions that we had for the program, and they have responded, and that's where we see 7 pages of outreach activities. I know TNA also has been visiting different regions of the state as well. So there's lots of information going out there, which is great. We just had some other kind of questions about the budget. We got those answered. The staff made the decision to forward the contract to them. This is the last contract we can review before we have to issue a new RFP. So not now, but 2 years from now, we do it. Meantime, the contract is in their house right now, and if they agree with that, it will be effective. So
thank you very much.
Thank you for all you're doing to reach the public and to try to encourage conversation.
I think so. Brittany, you were saying that you went from participation agreements, a jump. It sounded like a jump in participation agreements.
Yes.
I would like to return to that.
Sure.
Emphasize that a little bit. Say what it was again? Would you?
What the jump was?
Yes.
So it went from 50 participation agreements to 56.
Total.
Total.
The total.
So we had an increase in
participants. Not that the total participants has increased. It's jumped.
It has, yes. The total participants went from 579 to 643.
That sounds like a lot.
Yes. It's been a very busy quarter. We were trying to speak about this and kind of identify, what has helped. I think, there's a multitude of factors. And I do think, we've addressed this before. I do think that the pandemic definitely slowed down referrals. Going to NOAP, which is the National Organization for Alternative Programs, across the nation, it looks like historically in the last 3 years, across the nation, referrals had also slowed. And everybody is kind of seeing that uptick. We do believe that there's correlation, of course, with doing outreach, making sure that our program is, people are aware of it, that, especially we're starting from academic programs all the way through, not only new hire orientation, but really trying to partner with longstanding programs just so that they know they can utilize us as a resource. Correlation, not necessarily causation, just because it's pretty new as we're increasing, but there's a multitude of factors that we do believe. One of them, of course, is the pandemic slowing down. The other is naturally the outreach.
The pandemic being a causation.
Of course, that absolutely could be it. Yeah.
Well, it's been flat. I think it's been flat for a while or on the decline for a while. Just to see something like that, I mean, that's pretty big. And if you assume that trajectory continues, this is good news, I would say. Would you agree? We've been looking for. I mean, the population of nurses is, growing whenever we talk. It's one of those things I emphasize when we talk together is that the statistics of people who do have may have a substance issue disorder against the total population is fairly big number. It's like 8%. I mean, I want to say 8% because it sounds better than 17 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But then you see what the people, you have 400,000 licensees, you have 600 participants. We're not even near 1%. So we know something's up with people looking to TPAP to try to get peer assistance for what is in essence a concern in the university. And so, theoretically, those numbers could be in the thousands.
Yes.
And to go in that direction is good. Because for years, it has not gone above 600, right? It's never been above 600.
It has many years ago.
Many years ago, above 600.
Yes.
Follow up with the legislative budget for outcome measures, which we provide responses to, where we sort of translate the funding into those specific areas. So there's the three, LVNRN and APRN. APRN has been consistent. The LVNs continue to see a drop. And this time the RNs have a slight drop. And I hear more participation agreements. So from a staff perspective, and you're new, you've been doing this for a while, is what is the ongoing or still the challenge of more LVNs participating in this program? And from your perspective, looking at all the outreach items, I was looking specifically something for LVN, practicing LVNs. Is there something else you're going to be looking at or to reach out more specifically to those groups where they're practicing?
The numbers are lower.
Right.
Is that what you're saying? I think that that is something, as we look towards our strategic planning, we have a whole lot of what our goal is to, we're going to be sending out general surveys to some of our stakeholders to get information such as that, so that when we look at going into the next 5-year plan, really is what we're looking for, trying to tailor down exactly what you're saying, the outreach, where are we underrepresented, where do we have room for growth, those types of things. And something similar that the TNA has been a huge help with doing their roadshow and also taking our information and trying to collaborate with them, looking at, is that something that one of our case managers brought to the table? I thought it was brilliant, doing a roadshow for, academic programs and also looking at specific LVN sites where we could kind of tap into that and see how we can help.
As a follow-up to that to the board was that starting September 1st, the numbers will change. We asked for that in the 24 and 25 budget, and the LBD agreed to it and passed that. So RN and LVN numbers will go slightly lower in the outcomes, and the APR will stay the same for outcomes for the LBB starting September 1st.
So they're already looking good.
It will look better. We also know one thing is we're cognizant, as Kathy was talking about this during budget time, is that the cost is going up. Y'all did a really good job on the inflation report. That was really helpful for those who look at money to see that. And I don't take that in consideration when I'm looking at strictly numbers from the LBB. And so it's not fair to look at increased costs that they've had over the last 2 to 4 years. So we think that the number change is appropriate to look at slightly less numbers because it's still the same amount of money that we're giving. So we think that's a good balance.
Mark, if I may, just to follow up on the LVN question, one of the biggest challenges TPAP has faced over the years is the financial challenges that LVNs face because they don't make as much money as the APRNs or the RNs. During this quarter, I believe, we finalized a scholarship protocol. We receive a scholarship every year from our third-party administrator. And as a team, we came together and finalized a solid procedure around that where participants who cannot pay for a drug screen, we can pay for it. And then if they're allotted a certain amount of scholarships, and if they run out, then we can implement a reimbursement program. So I think that's going to help combat the common concern we get from LVNs and RNs too is I cannot pay for drug screens or the program costs too much. But we do have a financial assistance program. We've talked about improving that and adding more in these past meetings, a grant program and things like that nature. We're actively working on that as well. But we did implement a good scholarship program to help LVNs where financial hurdles.
I just want to point out that Serena Bumpus has shared with me that the Nurses Association is going to do a pilot on our LVN membership beginning in the new year and see how many show an interest in participate. They're also going to keep the fee at the same level LVNAT was at, which I think is $52. So that would be and I don't quote me on that because just doing that from memory. I'm wondering if that might help too.
I'm so glad you brought that up. I was not going to say it unless you did. So Serena, you great. That I do feel like if nothing else, it'll give us an opportunity again, and collaborating with TNA to make sure that we are addressing the concerns equally across all of the different licensure levels and seeing, do we need to adapt something differently? Like Roland spoke so eloquently about, the efforts that we're attempting to make in relation to stuff like inflation that definitely affects our nurses, in the program as well. So I'm hopeful that helps.
We're excited about Kathy, and you said the TNA is doing a pilot program starting in the fall.
Starting in the new year.
The new year, okay.
That was my understanding. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's great news.
Yeah. How about that? I want to tell you, Kathy.
Yes, ma'am. That's mine.
That's right. Historically, there's been kind of a concern that TNA doesn't really recognize appropriately the other arm of nursing, the LVN, and it is but CPAP it does, and this is good. I think that sort of reminded me that based on what our experience during the last legislative session is that there are advanced practice nurse organizations that work independently of TNA. and for their interests, their special interests. Yet they are also a component of TPAP it needs to be to address. And so that's probably another area of outreach for cooperation and coordination to try to get those organizations more in educating their membership about TPAP and things like that. So it's interesting that it has to be an organization like TPAP that brings everybody together on a very fundamental and common interest in nursing. But I just wanted to add that the APRN interest groups are out there. They're very, what it's worth.
And so I just wanted, Roland, you are a stable force in this organization, and you've had several administrative changes. And I always like hearing from you because I feel like you've been there and you've seen where it's been, the good, the bad, but all and now. So I just kind of wondered what you're feeling at this time and what you're thinking about where it's headed. So.
Is that what feeling very positive?
But I'm saying I value. I value you being here.
It's an exciting time, actually. We've hired some staff, one of which is sitting on this table. I just feel like it's a good time for our program to move forward and see evidence-based and a leader in the nation for alternative discipline programs. And then with Brittany on board with the outreach component that we've been missing for a while, even before the pandemic, it's really exciting. The numbers reflect that. So I'm feeling very hopeful, and a lot of changes I've seen over the years. I'm just glad to have the support of Anthony and Dusty and yourself through those changes. But it's a good time. I think it all starts with referrals. This quarter we received a lot of Board of Nursing complaints who were referred to our program. That translates into the higher number of participation agreements.
I was hoping that wasn't the source of all that.
It's okay. Ideally we want third-party referrals and self-referrals, but the Board of Nursing has been they're quick to send those over, so we can get on top of those quick. But that's going to translate to more participation agreements. But the referrals, that's where it starts. That's where the early identification and intervention starts. Is with that referral and that letter they receive mail or email. If they don't have a substance use problem and it's a frivolous complaint, that's okay. But if they do, that's where we can help someone and provide assistance. So it's a great time to be in the program. Feeling a lot more hopeful than I did last year. So
great. Thank you.
Thank you for asking.
And he knocked it out of the park. I just have to say, with this report, by the way, that Roland did an excellent job. He got all of the numbers together for everybody. So just FYI. And all of our case managers and students is amazing. But I have to give credit.
Right. So did you have anything that you're new?
I don't think I have anything to add that hasn't already been communicated. I'm excited to join the team. And I think, like Roland said, we're moving towards innovation even on the ground floor and some of our systems and things that I'm hopeful to get started with us and kind of move forward in that direction. So it's exciting to be here and be part of TPAPN, and I'm really looking forward and very positive outlook on the team that I've joined. So
In our response from TNA and TNF about the budget, Mark spoke a little bit about the inflation impact, and specifically that was reported to be about $236,000, and it's divided up. We were all feeling the pressure of needing to give people more money to get them to come to work, and we appreciate that was an issue for you all too. And how many open positions do you have now?
So at this moment, we actually just have one open position and we're expanding because of our numbers. We have another case manager position open.
Okay,
So we're very excited. We have some interviews coming up.
good. That sounds wonderful.
Okay, well, this isn't a voting item. It's just an information item for us. So we appreciate you being here. Members, does anyone else have any questions? So thank you for coming, and we're sorry that we didn't get to see Serena, but we're certainly glad to see you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please fill out the forms for us.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you. So, we just started here with last starting this. So, members of 5.2.1 Advanced Practice Nursing Advisory Committee has no report. And 5.2.2 Nursing Practice Advisory Committee has no report. Okay. And so Dr. Benton will move on to 5.2.3A, consideration of appointment of a member to the task force to study implications of the growth of Texas nursing education programs.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. So if this board report looks familiar to you, you are correct. Before. Last meeting in April, you did a slate of nominees to join the task force who will be meeting at the end of this month to start planning their 2024 statewide nursing summit. Unfortunately, one of the nominees, the organization is still seeking a nominee and couldn't get it to me on time. So now we have a qualified nominee who will represent career schools and colleges in Texas. And that is Mr. Jeremy Burciaga, who is the Vice President at Southwest University in El Paso. So he is there for your consideration, and I'm glad that he is ready to meet.
Okay, any questions, members? So if not, if I could have a motion, please, on an appointment of Mr. Jeremy Burciaga to the task force.
I move to appoint Mr. Jeremy Burciaga as a member to the task force to study implications of the growth of nursing education programs in Texas.
This is Maisie James, my second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. No other discussion. If you'll please vote. And I will call the roll. Daryl Chambers.
Daryl Chambers, 4.
Laura Disk.
Laura Disk, 4.
Carol Hawkins Garcia.
Carol Garcia, 4.
Macy Jameson.
Maisie Jameson, 4.
Ken Johnson.
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn.
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Allison Porter Edwards.
Allison Edwards, 4.
Melissa Scott.
Melissa Scott, 4.
Kathy Schiff, 4. Rick Williams.
Rick Williams, 4.
Kim Wright.
Kim Wright, 4.
And motion carries. Thank you. All right. This time we have 5.3.1 National Council State Boards of Nursing, 5.3.A Report on National Council Annual Meeting to be held the 16th through the 18th, 23 in Chicago. So this is the annual meeting, 45th anniversary. It has a big celebration every 5 years. So Kathy Thomas let's see, Carol Hawkins and myself, I'll be voting delegate. She will be my alternate. And we've got, yes, and Kathy Thomas is going to be the delegate, and Kristen Benton is going to be the alternate. So some of you had a chance to meet Dr. Benton or see Dr. Benton, Dr. David Benton. I messed up on my name. Yes, that is the CEO of the National Council. He's retiring in October. He came yesterday to recognize Kathy Thomas. She was in on the selection committee for him. And so this will be a great time to see him. And then he will be leaving and Phil Dickinson will be taking his place. So the NCSBN is a big support to all the states and a great spokesperson for us agency, and provides even the education and the certification and training as well. So it'll be a great opportunity. I'm excited Carol's going. So
They will be honoring Dr. Benton at a luncheon during this meeting, and we'll attend. So we will do this for them to get some recognition for his hard work over the last few years. I think it's what drove him to be ready to retire soon.
yes, he was a leader internationally, in Europe, and then came to us and gave that expertise, and has really been a motivator, very visionary. And what he does, I love hearing him talk and fuss with Mark about longhorn cattle.
Yeah, they're different in Scotland.
Yes, it's a different longhorn, isn't it? So he's been very supportive of our state as well. So what is the one called that's from, it's a long hair or?
It's like a cow to me.
In Europe, it's a cow that has all of this hair on its face.
Highland cow.
A what?
A Highland cow.
Yes, it's tall, and so it's like Mark's like that.
Well, why are we talking about Highland cows?
Because Scotland, David and Mark is what I was saying.
Gotcha.
Okay, so
Mark says hook 'em horns, it goes like this. David says.
so anyway, great opportunity. So I think let's see.
Is it going to go back?
Yes.
Well, maybe it's for the house.
So he said they have a house too there. I think they have a child that's there at this time that's there too. So they'll be closer to their children that are in that area.
Except for the one that lives in Australia. Definitely a global family.
No kidding.
I was just going to add that the recommendations that have been made by the board of directors to membership include adding 2 provinces in Canada to the exam user members. So they join the category. They have different rights than the full membership, but they have more rights than other international locations. So this year it'll be Newfoundland and Labrador as an exam user member. Nova Scotia will also join the College of Nursing. They call their boards colleges of nursing. Therefore, National Council has gone to Nursing Regulatory Board, NRB, their term of art. And there'll be a slate of candidates for election. Dr. Hooper will be running for the Leadership Succession Committee. So Dr. Hooper will be voting for you.
Second term, right? Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And the NCSBN exams that use remote testing and artificial intelligence, all that will expand in the future, and that's also a recommendation to membership. I will say that Phil Dickinson's been studying the whole use of remote testing for quite some time. And I think it's finally getting to a level that he thinks it's doable for nursing. The security is built into this type of proctoring and remote experience. People have to agree to certain things. The students have to agree to have cameras in their space, whether they are at home, and so on. So it's going to be an interesting move. We'll see. Artificial intelligence is getting a lot of attention, as you all know, and I wouldn't say in its infancy phase, but it certainly has a lot of maturing to do. I was thinking about the book that Father and Son Susskind from Great Britain wrote about the future of law first and the future of the professions later, and kind of predicted we'd get there a little sooner than we did, but they went back to revise the future of the professions in 2022 and they just ordered that book. So we'll see what that shows us. And they're a very interesting father-son economists from Great Britain. So anyway, this is a problem all over the world, and Allison pointed out this morning that having a policy for students is probably advisable now because it's being used, even if it isn't that helpful, if it isn't that accurate necessarily, it's still being used. Students see it as having some circus setting. Yes. So anyway, there's that, and the slate of candidates will be presented to, and they will all give speeches. That's just the way National Council does it. Yesterday, if you were here, you saw some people who are serving on the current board of directors. And it's something that's always difficult to recruit more, so they're always looking for people who are interested.
That's where some of the people that talked in the video, giving her congratulations. Yes.
Anyway, they're good group of people. The current president is Jay Douglas. She'll remain president this year, but she is from Virginia. She's the executive officer for Virginia.
So this is an action item.
That's right. Motion is to direct the delegates to vote on the issues after hearing and considering discussion. There used to be a time when the board decided on the items to be voted. They found that so many things come up at these meetings, it's really not anticipated. So it's better to let the delegates make the decision. At least that's motion.
So at this time, could I get a motion on 5.3.1A?
This is Kathy Lederhorn. I'll make a motion. I move to direct the delegates to vote on these issues after hearing and considering the discussion on the issues.
Thank you. And a second?
Here's a second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. If you'll all please vote. Daryl Chambers.
Daryl Chambers, 4.
Laura Disk.
Laura Disk, 4.
Carol Hawkins Garcia.
Garcia, 4.
Maybe Maisie Jameson.
Maisie Jameson, 4.
Ken Johnson.
Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn.
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Allison Edwards.
Allison Edwards, 4.
Melissa Scott.
Melissa Scott, 4.
Kathy Ship, 4. Rick Williams.
Rick Williams, 4.
Kim Ryan. Thank you. And the motion carries. All right. So the next, we'll just move on to 5.3.2, Texas Center for Nursing Workforce Studies Advisory Committee. Ms. Thomas.
The Center for Nursing Workforce Studies Advisory Committee met before the last board meeting. So you have a report on their review of MEPIS items. The only thing I wanted to point out from this group is that we have supplied them data to support the building of that data for the supply and demand studies throughout 2024. This is really important study that the center does periodically. They usually contract with a national vendor and try to be extremely thorough. It was in doing this that we discovered that something different happened, transition to orbs, and our numbers went way up in 2021, 22, particularly with apiarians. But we were able to kind of go through the orb and find where count that isn't really clearly visible in the orbs database to our programmers. And anyway, they got in there. I think it's sufficient for the study and supports going forward with this. And I look forward to hearing the results of this study, because I think we need to set the bar wherever that is and produce enough people. And I say we, the state needs to do that, to produce enough people to take care of patients in our state. So that's all I have.
That's the information only. Thank you, Ms. Thomas. The next one, 5.3.3, Texas Health and Human Services Commission e-Health Advisory Committee. So I've just been put on that committee in the last couple of months. Elise was on it. We started transitioning me last year, and it just took a while. I have not met with them yet, and I will update you as I know more about it. And then we have 5.3.4, report on joint agency meeting between Texas Workforce Commission, Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, Texas Education Agency, and the Texas Board of Nursing. Dr. Hooper.
Just a report about, we have meetings about 2 times a year with these other agencies that also regulate nursing education. We had a meeting on June the 12th, and then we had 8. We had representation from each of those agencies, and then we had 5 members of our own education group and by Zoom. So the agencies usually come together and report any changes going on, or any legislative changes at this time. It's the major thing that might affect all of our regulations. And we've been up to date on the approval status of nursing education programs, NCLEX pass rates, if those are new. Changes in the approval status of programs, if they go from full to full requiring of additional, we've been that up to them. And we discussed some of the current challenges and issues in nursing education, because often they are dealing with some of the same laws. We also reviewed the agenda for this meeting today. James Goldman from the Coordinating Board brought a report about the nursing shortage reduction fund. And there is quite a bit of money for nursing education. I completed the grant. Proposal invitation was just sent out a week or so ago. Very short turnaround. And the proposals have come back. They're being reviewed now. I understand there's something like $9 million available. And they offer to the programs up to $200,000 per. So it should, the ones that are accepted will get some wonderful improvements.
It's hard to hear. It's I just want to clarify what you just said. Did you say 9 million?
Many programs?
No, did you say that the funds, it was $9 million
in the building for nursing education this year
for Texas?
So for this grant, they topped each proposal to 200,000.
Okay.
And those are in now and they're being reviewed. So it's a very short turnaround, and we still know who the people were who received the grants. We can use those monies.
And who was that through?
Coordinating board. Okay, it was a new person heading it, and Mass. She stays in touch with us because it definitely will affect programs that we regulate. We'll have another meeting in December of this. Questions?
So how long have you been meeting these agencies? Is this fairly few years? Has it been? How long have all of these agents, have y'all been having this group meeting?
We started doing this 6 or 8 after a legislative session that suggested we make sure that you don't have duplication in our processes. And we've been meeting since then about twice a year. The players change over time. We have a lot of changes going on in town. But they really enjoy getting together and putting our heads together and matching our resolutions.
So you're seeing that it's good. It sounds good. It sounds like it's really good, especially not about duplication. So a sunset recommendation.
We did use 3 agencies and we added a 4th, Texas Education Agency, when the dual credit was getting very popular and we realized that that may affect nursing education. So we included them.
Great, thank you. Any questions, members? It's not a voting item, so thank you so much. So 5.3.5, report of the Texas Career and Technical Education Advisory Committee of the Texas Education Agency on May 23, 24, 23 at the Austin Community College Island campus. Dr.
I hope you can hear me. It's there is a bit of reverberation.
Yes.
This is one of those 4 agencies, and it is the one that is related to the Texas Workforce Commission, but it's separate and it's dealing with public education in the state. Attended a 2-day advisory committee meeting in May. And what this committee does, because there are a lot of clusters of career courses in the high schools and in the junior highs now. And this is a part of the effort to prepare graduates from public school to be ready to go to work and fill some of the jobs if they're not going to go on to college. And so that's a really good program. And I was asked to be there because one of the clusters is called health science, and there's nursing in that group. So we looked at all the courses that are in these programs. Students select about 4 you have to do in order to get some kind of certificate. And this is usually a part of their high school education. It's kind of extracurricular that creates a lot of interest. So we went over the courses, looking at what the content should be. Another advisory group will develop the content. So this is coming out of a large group, constituents, in designing these courses. There were 140 people at that meeting for the 14 clusters. So the ones in my cluster related to nursing were nurses in different areas. So it was a good group. And I felt like they made some intelligent decisions as well. I was particularly interested that they don't try to get into the practice of nursing because they're not ready for that. These are young. But they can start doing preparatory and they kind of understand where nursing fits in healthcare and some of the responsibilities of nurses. Any questions about that? That's, if you have kids in high school, you've probably heard of this. Okay.
Just on a personal note, having worked in the public school system, the career and technology field is exploding. There's bukus of money to be had for your programs. And I've been very interested in, a lot of schools did the CNA route for a long time, and now they've kind of come away from that and done the health science technology. People in that at least in our public school, people in that field don't have to be certified teachers. So some of them are a little behind the learning curve with that. But they're real careful. It is an introductory, but they're real careful to not, how do you say, to not sell a bill of goods to the kids thinking that they're going to walk out of here like the kids are in welding and they're going to, immediately, I've been pleasantly impressed to see that they're not, even with the culinary arts and this sort of thing, it's definitely just an introductory.
I was skeptical, but I love thinking this is a great thing. Their biggest challenge is finding people to teach the courses.
Yes. I was even telling Melissa they called me again to come back, and no, we're taking a gut. But the other thing is my own, and as a parent of a senior, I'm not a proponent of these dual credit classes that start so young. And I know in our high school, whatever track you get in your freshman year, you stay in. Yeah, there's no changing. You follow that track. And so that is kind of disappointing. And I have a hard time seeing kiddos that are going to college for their freshman year, but they're really already juniors because they've taken so much and they're locked into these career fields. But I know it's not that way everywhere.
Any other questions or statements, members? Thank you, Dr. Hooper. We always love to hearing from you. Old business, 6.1 nurse licensure compact update.
I reported on that earlier, but I'm happy to answer any questions you'll have about the compact. You can link from our webpage to the National Council's webpage to see the rules that have been proposed. They will be considered for adoption at the annual meeting of the Nurse Licensure Compact Administrators.
So I just want to say one thing. So she was in on the beginning of the first one. She was in, I copied Thomas in on the second one. The first one went to 25 states and just stayed there. Then they decided they needed to update. This is Cliff Notes. They decided to update, and then they go, oh my gosh, no, we just need to start over. So then they started over with that. So to be at 39 now and getting union states in, that was always such a big deal. I mean, that's phenomenal for access to care and our nurses and our mobility. So it's just so exciting. And I guess when they hit 18, it was real. I think 18 was the number that it became official. So working real hard on the new one, getting it to 18, and it's all legislative. So it depends on the sessions when the states have it and who's going to carry it, who's for it and against it. So it's huge, that we're at 39. And then she took the torch of the APRN compact that didn't get as far the last time, and then the new one. And
well, actually, Dusty and I drafted the first APRN compact. We're on the third version of that, and we still don't have an APRN compact, not just in Texas, anywhere. But we do have 3 states in there now, and resistance is mostly coming from medicine because the compact for APRNs allows no agreement, no delegation from another provider, and
full practice authority.
Well, it's
can't get
the big terms instead of the practices, full practice authority within the education skills and stuff that are in. We're still working on it.
On that, you have to have 7 states.
7.
And what are they at?
I think we have 4. Well, I think we have 4 now. So yeah, and so she is the woman behind that, and stood up in front of this delegation of hundreds of people who are not for it, sort of for it, and then all the talking. Mark's been in on some of those things too, being officers for National Council on the board, and so great work and needed. So now an APRN going state to state, so like if they were in the Panhandle and practicing in Oklahoma, Colorado, or New Mexico, they have to have a license in each one. They can't, go across lines, and that's tough. We're tough. So I show Ms. Thomas that we're to the nines. Are you with me on that?
Yes.
Okay. So 9.1 is review of board quarterly meeting evaluation. And I do these each time, and I love doing them because it's just, I just reflect on the meeting and how it went, and we are getting more vocal. And look at this, we had 12 people respond, which was amazing. I don't know that I've ever had 12, and only 12 were there. And so everybody turned it in. So that was great. And so the whole thing, just an overview. I don't think we have to go through all of these. I hope that you'll get a chance to really look at them. But the fact that with the agenda, the members present, it's just very, very positive that the staff is amazing. Patricia just takes care of us so well at all of this and getting us going, sending out our messages, and board docs are great, and our staff preparing all these. I know that sometimes you wonder, do we really notice? We notice. And reports clear and contain needed information, very clear, presented in a manner that's easy to follow and understand. Excellent presenting reports to us. Thank you, Bruce, on the legislation, that is there. And so it just, each and every one has that the staff does an amazing job. And I know we just have great leaders, but we have great workers. And so it's, that we speak with one voice and diversity of opinions are expressed. And as always, board members are very professional. Somebody could go, Kathy Lederhorn, I'm not comfortable with that. And you expect that of us, but you're not doing the same. So have some quotes in there. I didn't put that down. And so we're successful in this. No, somebody else was talking about you. So, it's just, I'm just so proud of the board and how respectful, and it talks about that, and those are some of the statements. I do try to keep us on track. Sometimes I'm a slave driver, but I appreciate you working with me. I think we work with it well together. Future issues identified. I don't know. Yeah. I can't believe I didn't have anything in that box. But anyway, the members were present. And I think, and we have that now because we're down. And I think this is an example of why all of you matter. So we had an ADN school today, and we do not have our ADN person here. And that is, our education members stepped up on that. Those of you that have been in education in the past. But I think it just shows that each one of you is valuable and makes a difference for what, and we'll look forward to our ADN person being on when that appointment comes. So we have beginning and ending on time. Usually it's an IT thing. Sometimes it's me. So meeting room was conducive to work. We all said we really love the people. It's just not always available, but it's just easy access. And so our room is not ready. And so in the fall, in October, we'll be here. Is that correct? And we don't know about January and if the room in our building is ready or not, but I've definitely told Kathy, and several of you have too, that Tricia, we really like the people if we can't do the others. And so even today, it was only cold a little bit this morning, so we had better temperature last time. excellent board members and staff. We had several schools presenting and other items that took time. However, we were able to spend ample time on each item. Kathy ran a good meeting. We finished in one day. So thank you. So as board members and staff work well together and function together to protect the public. And so
President, I wanted to bring in, just reading some of these responses, and I wanted to present something for discussion that I've always tried to do my room for 2 nights, and it's frustrating to me that now I've got 2 nights and I'm staying here. If I would have known that today was going to be one day, I might not have done that. Then I feel guilty of leaving, and I've got this expensive room. Can we have, I know that it's all, I mean, it could be that we go home today and everybody that's planning on going home, but I would just like more of a heads up. We anticipate it to be one day, and I know you've already said we anticipate October to be 2, so I'll make sure of that. I just feel like some board members, I guess because you guys are down here a lot, you kind of have some insider information.
I thought I sent one out, and I am so sorry because I thought I sent one out.
Yeah, I think because you're staying for 2 days, so now we have these hotel rooms and we're done and we could go home, but then I also don't want Kizzy to come back and say, you know, so you can't waste it. That's becoming an issue, and the whole rental car thing is becoming an issue because it's tough to get a rental car. Sometimes we have to do. And I know for me, I feel that it's a shame on you, whereas I'm trying my hardest to get here and to, you know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? That all the rental car has been an issue. The state's not going to reimburse you. You can't drive your own car. Well, I can only make Enterprise do what they will do. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know if there's any.
Flying's an issue.
Yeah, I mean, I know just traveling as a whole, but I know I wouldn't go home tonight, but I feel guilty that to leave that room. And they won't let us cancel it. I tried.
This is a challenge for staff all the time. We can never anticipate how much time the board will take on an agenda or items in particular. Sometimes they're just like today, just whizzing through these things, and other times there's lots of discussion. So we're always reluctant to, because if we call it a one-day meeting, we see people leaving earlier and earlier, and then we don't have a quorum, or at least we don't have good representation later in the day. So that's kind of the struggle we have.
We haven't done
And
more
maybe it's a
development.
pendulum thing, because there for a while, the charge was, it is a 2-day meeting, do not leave. I mean, I remember back at the Hobby Building saying, if you're leaving early, you're not fulfilling your obligation.
We used to have, we used to do development on Friday morning. And we haven't been doing that as much since COVID. We started again, but we still aren't able to do it every time. There's some concern in October about having several new members that, you know, that's not a good time to cut it short.
That's true.
So
We've put more on consent that we used to cover. And we get some of that too in COVID.
Sure.
As well. And we have talked about that we have to get back to our development. And I'm so sorry, but really we were not realizing it would be one day. I mean, it's really kind of the last 2 to 3 weeks. Which we could have told you.
Even if it was, I think when my hotel said, if you would have told us at 72 hours, we could cancel that room.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, like I said, you guys are more in the know of it. You know, if it would have been 72 hours, I could have canceled. But like I said, it's just something to think about going forward. I don't want to waste money, but I also don't want to stay down an extra day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What's that?
I've heard that too. Allison was saying the Marriott let her cancel her second day, and other people have said the same thing about their reservations, that they can, when they get here, realize that we're going to get through the issue.
Said they were sold out.
It depends on the hotel, generally.
The Holiday.
They didn't see, it depends on.
Depends on where you're
Children's Day
staying.
holiday.
Yeah. I think staff are willing to do whatever you want us to do. When you look at whether you have executive sessions scheduled in the day, that usually lengthens things. Sometimes they go on a long time. So it's really hard for staff to anticipate how much time it will take. And like I said, if you can't get out Thursday evening anyway, or you're going to get home so late, like Kathy has to go through Dallas often, then you're always welcome to stay that extra night and go home the next day anyway.
Well, that's been provided because we didn't want people to not be provided and then they're in. So it's always been said you can have the 2 nights.
Yes.
So, and you know, we used to come and stay until about 2 on Friday afternoons, but we didn't have everything on consent, you know, like we have now. And we do have to get back to our board developments. We're going to have to figure out.
I also think, Kathy, I mean, we're at the point where you're a pretty good estimator. Oh, I think it's going to be a day, or I think it's going to be 2. You always estimate.
And I usually send it out, and I really thought I didn't. So,
like I said, I didn't realize that it's allowed to do the 2 days and not stay tonight. I mean, I just feel like
for some people you can cancel your reservation. And that's what Allison was talking about. We've seen other hotels, they've gone and accept last minute cancellation for the second day.
Yeah.
So that's new. Hotels.
Gotcha. Okay.
But also recognize that some people need to stay that next night.
Yes, 100%.
Particularly those of you who drive somewhere and you leave late, you're driving in the dark, that can be a concern.
Thank you.
But the other thing we've talked about, Kathy and I talked about recently, is doing board development on Wednesday afternoon. People could get in time to do that. I don't know if that's working to y'all.
Instead of Friday.
So that's the next item on the agenda. We can discuss.
Yes. So, board development about our subjects for board development. And I don't have a committee person who is, but Kathy and I were talking and didn't think we had anything down. So what you would like and how you would like to do that. And then we were talking about, we hope to have our slate, and we don't know what that slate is of new people that would be coming on. That would usually take more time as a meeting, and we might need to do, because of bringing them in Thursday and Friday, maybe half a day. And if we had something we did want to put in with board development, it wouldn't be very large. If we that in January.
Time for a SOA update if we're going to have our new slate of candidates.
Yeah, I was going to say that generally when we get approved board members, we focus our board development on things they need to know, and other members get a refresher on it. So it's like have to do discipline specifically. So here,
yeah, the matrix.
So that might be mapped out.
Just going, and the matrix is going to change too. So the matrix will change with this legislation.
45-35 will change.
Yeah.
So you're saying, you said the matrix and SOA, which kind of goes in with some of the matrix. I mean, it's, we could consider, because if you remember back when you're a new board member and you're coming in and all of these acronyms and all, and it's different. It's a lot. So, and I think it is good cohesive wise for us. I think it's good that we can kind of fellowship a little bit after and just build the board. And when we have the new people coming in, so the next time if we did the Thursday, whoever's here Thursday and Friday, and tried to know that we'd be gone by noon. It's not a vote item. I'm just looking around the room and seeing what.
Does Friday work for everyone? Like half day?
Would you rather Friday half day than Wednesday half day? You go back Thursday. What?
Wednesday's hard. We'll leave it Friday.
Wednesday's hard. Okay.
So Friday, okay.
So do we need to let Kizzy know about the Fairmont?
Yeah. Unless you don't want that reservation, you don't have to.
No. Is it 1 day or 2 that you?
Oh, she booked 2 days.
Okay, perfect.
Did you get that message?
Everybody's already booked, unless you opt.
Oh, I'm so thankful because we were going to be, right up there.
Yeah, I know.
Well, yeah, remember that October here is always crazy and there's not really a good week because Austin City Limits ACL will happen at a different time than CODA this year, right? So we have to block out Tuesdays. It's equally crowded and expensive, but it's just one. So CODA and the ACL will have hotel prices are $300 or $400 a night.
Oh, I found 600.
600.
Oh, wow.
Per leaky. If I lived here, I'd be written out. Yeah,
For sure.
come on.
Okay, circle and plan, day and a half for October. And should be able to get your flights or whatever after, what do you do a lunch, but we wouldn't go after lunch. So you'd be able to catch some of those flights and now, because it's still a good 30, 40 minutes to the airport. You've got to be there early for those buses fly. So, okay. So next thing on the agenda is board meeting eligibility and disciplinary committee meeting and informal conferences. This is just an FYI that was given to you, the dates, so you'll know, and we'll talk about it in October, but that way you'll kind of know for your calendar. It's not any decision now, but you would just be aware.
But you're going to get a poll from Patricia, right?
Mm-hmm.
Patricia's sending a poll, isn't she?
Well, it'll be later.
Yeah.
Yeah, she just gave it to us for an FYI, and the mid-year meeting is March, and I was thinking Melissa hasn't gone, and Maisie hasn't gone to a national meeting. It's in Atlanta, and usually one goes, sometimes two. I don't know what Mark thinks of a budget of two. I think y'all are the only two that haven't been. The date is, it's probably spring break, 12 through 14 of March.
Work for me.
I said Macy and Melissa.
President should be budget to be much more supportive next year.
You think?
Yes.
Because you'll be MIA, is it? You love that little sly smile you have on your face. You'll be sending us hello from Vermont. So it's a possibility we could, so those are two people. Okay. So March 12th through 14th. Landy, okay, so maybe you know far enough in advance. I've just tried to keep rotating it because we had, I think, Rick and Ken got to go together. And so that's good if we could try to do that. And I wanted to get you guys through because we want to get our other people in, new people coming in and understanding and going to E&D and informals and stuff. And then we can start rotating them to the point. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so now we are going to do our next executive session. Pursuant to Texas Government Code, 074, Texas Open Meetings regarding personnel matters, annual board self-evaluation review and modify board self-evaluation performance tool. So, It's ready and I'm ready.
Okay. All right.
And we've got our lawyer. We're ready, we're back, and it's 3:10, and we're in an open meeting, and board members and staff have completed all the items on the agenda. So I'm adjourning July 2023 meeting. This time is 3:10.
Thank you.